Hi, nerds. Jesus Christ, starting with a 200 drop. NMG, you don't need to gift that much, man. Thank you for the support, but Jesus Christ. Hopefully you just got a job or something. Goddamn. Thank you for the big start. Sorry for the delay, guys. I've been dealing with it. Yeah, started a bit later than I intended. I'm naked? What do you... Oh, the shirt. Yeah, I guess it is a color. Might change it at some point throughout. Howdy, y'all. I can't snooze the ad, sorry. Too late to continue the hype train? Oh, no worries. Thank you for the giant gift bomb, though. Appreciate that a ton. Thank you so much. Thank everybody else. We got Maple Monkey getting a started chest with the 5 bomb literally right when I hit the button. Shamu following it up right afterwards. Thank you both for the gifts. Yug here with the tier 1 for 10 months. Quan2 M2 with the prime. NMG with the crazy gift bomb. And then Fred here, 37 months. Jesus Christ, over 3 years. Oh, is the new DeepSeek finally live? Yay. That's fun. Very fun. Oh, what is Ghosty doing? Oh, yay, bounties. Congrats. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, I heard about this. The Coder Rabbit guys actually offered to do a call with me to give me more context. I might do a video on it. I would like to talk to them first. It was in January. RuboCop. Oh boy. Fuck RuboCop. It's gonna be a fun one. Yeah, this will definitely end up being a video once I've chatted with them. That doesn't seem right. Okay, that's just extension being weird. Come on, Twitter. It's not that hard to load. Oh, yeah, I did see this. We might add it. That's the only thing we want to think about. I'm very familiar with Remotion. I've been planning a video on it for a while, but I've been like way too busy. Also, sorry, YouTube chat. Things have been very broken on YouTube on Firefox, so I've had to be more careful with it. And I just keep it open in Helium in the background. Ooh. This is actually a funny thing to send, Loren, because I've had an idea for a video for a long time. Single page apps are a lie. I've wanted to do this forever now, and it's very, very topical for that. Oh, and the other article that it was inspired by was an HTMX article, of course. Yeah, I have a feeling I'm going to really like this one. Thank you for the link. Oh, my to-do list is way over 100. It doesn't label the number anymore because it's too long. Good shit. What do you got for me here? Oh, MDN looks nicer. That's actually a really nice win. Does it, though? I think it's a little better. Happy they're making changes. Oh, they're using Lucide for icons? That's cool. Powered by RS pack? That's actually really cool. Look, we literally just upgraded to 15.4 today. I need to get my tea bag out of my teacup. Give me one sec. Sorry about that. Let's see. The fact that the order of CSS classes in the CSS files matters is one of the like curses of web development that will never ever live that down properly. Like it should be the order that they are applied on the element, not the order that they exist in the CSS file. The fact that it is the order in the CSS file causes so much random tooling, churn, and breakage. It's insane. Oh shit, typed routes are now stable. That's cool. Good stuff. Not videoable, but all good to know. Good changes. Excited for next 16. Thank you, Beaston, for the prime. I have had negative free time. Things have been absolutely chaos as I've been trying to get ready for my surgery, which is on Friday next week. So have not like, if you saw, it says 99 plus there for Discord. I have 670 according to my phone of missed like messages and tags that I have to respond to. And Twitter DMs are worse. So soon TM, as soon as I reasonably can. I've wanted to do a live meetup in SF for a while, but busy. Yeah, for those asking, I'm having my left hand reconstructed due to a long series of skateboarding injuries that have been causing me problems for over 15 years now. Gonna be a big one. Learning a lot about anesthesia. I'll survive it, but just gotta get ready for it. Cool Tools Part 3 could be fun. I need more in here. Unduck and T3. Whisper has been good. Granola has been nice. Firecrawl V2 dropped? Ooh. And that's the browser I want to use. Firecrawl V2. Y Combinator expanding their investment's a very weird thing nowadays. What this means almost certainly is that this round closed a while ago because YC doesn't really do longer term investments. They do the early stage, like seed round for when you get into the batch. They had the continuity fund, it was called, if I recall, that was like them investing in later stages. So them doing this here, they stopped doing that last year, if I recall, which means this was likely a round that closed last year. Yeah, fun fact for those who don't know, the time that you raise your money and the time that you announce that you raised money do not have to overlap. You don't have to announce your round right when you close it. You can announce your round later. In fact, you probably should, because once you've raised money, there is very little benefit to announcing that you raised money, because the only people who really care about those announcements are investors and founders. And the time you want investors to pay attention to you in particular is when you want to raise, not when you finished your raise. So if you see us announcing our fundraise anytime soon, know that the reason for that is that we're trying to raise more money. Yeah, I also hate it. I'll be fine, but yeah, it'll be fun. And the make sure I go to the bathroom before was really good advice. Thank you for the person who dropped that. Yeah, thank you, Jason. I will be sure to do that. So, Stu, I think I missed your gift bomb. Thank you so much for the 5 gifts or 5 subs. Really appreciate that. That is painful but hilarious. I did see this. I haven't looked into it just yet. I kind of want to do this one because I haven't covered a slightly late take in a while. Good old Alex Russell. This I actually like really wanted to read. Oh, that reminds me of something I wanted to check because we still have Azure credit and I like saving money. Oh, are they not benching at least medium on Azure? There we are. Yeah, they're not. Yeah, I just want to see if it's fast enough, but that's non-trivial. Problem for later. Weird. The tech should not be what the investors give a fuck about. Oh shit, happy the compiler's been helpful. I need to change if everybody thinks I'm fucking shirtless with this shirt. Thank you, Jolly and Made by GPS for the subs. Appreciate each of you guys. Decks suck. A pitch deck just is a list of reasons to not invest in a company. There's a great Michael Seibel rant, how to perfectly pitch your seed stage startup. Watch this. It's very, very good advice. Michael is very good. He has talked to more early stage companies than almost any other human. So the investors don't need to see the tech, they need to see the qualifications. What if your founders want to prove the technical prowess and they're non-technical, they're already kind of fucked. But the solution there isn't for them to pretend they know how to pitch the tech. The solution there is for them to work with or is to like have a slide that is, here are the technical people that we have hired, here are their histories and the crazy things they've done. Get the live streaming rights for Silicon Valley. That's too expensive for me to do. I wish I could, but it's okay. I've actually been using that checkpoint. I think it actually gets disabled again today, rip. But it wasn't much better. I've learned way too much about the state of GPT-5 stuff. I might do one last video on it. Not sure just yet. Yeah, no, I can't regret it because I needed to cover my experience with it. I'm thankful that I chose to do that. Thank you for this link, by the way, Dan. Yeah, I'm thankful I chose to do it, and like, to be that honest, I could never have guessed how that would all go. The checkpoint that I was using is the thing in production. I think they're fuck that. Fine, this will be a video. Yeah, I also want to try DeepSeek 3.1. Is it live yet? I think that was a fake DeepSeek site. Yeah, the DeepSeek.ai site's a fake, I think. That's unfortunate. Yeah, blame my team for the thumbnail. Give me one sec. I gotta check shit. Ta-da. Okay, sorry. Just had to check some shit. Oh shit, Fami. Good to see you. Hope all's well. Fun fact, Fami, the Weed Mario coupon code is one of our more redeemed ones. I thought that was very amusing and that you would like to know that fact. Thank you, Carl, for the tier 1 sub, as well as Math Kills People. Phenomenal username for the 6 months of support. I did not see Danny Brown's comment about recording Kodeka's album. Please send that link. I'm very curious. The Kodeka album was definitely overhyped. It's still very good, but the amount of people I saw on my feed saying this is the greatest piece of music ever just was a bit much. You avoid. Good seeing you, man. And Zaitiv as well with the resub. Thank you for the prime. Yeah, the new Yeet EP. Oh, did not mean to click that. I am curious what I'm being sent an Instagram post. Oh, this is from the Kodeka album. This is cool. Oh. Oh. Danny's the most fucking supportive, positive person in music. I'm so happy he has had the success he has. So I wouldn't call myself a Yeet fan. I did not like the last album. The one before I liked more than I expected, 2093, right? That one was better than I thought it would be. The one after was much worse than I thought it would be. And then the EP was phenomenal. I loved the EP. I've been listening to it a ton. I have weird taste in Yeet, I've learned. Yeah, if you're looking for an API for T3 chat, you're looking for OpenRouter. Yeah, I agree with this for sure. Unimile's the greatest of all time. That's but putting Miles as the best rapper is kind of like putting your wife as your best friend. Like if she's part of the running, she's going to win by default, but it's no longer a useful contest. If we're talking about the greatest rappers and we're allowed to consider you know Miles, the conversation is now moot. Ice JJ Fish started fucking modern music. Yeah, I've been deep in the like Xavier So base net spend world recently too. I can show the chaos that is my recent music taste. I am committing sins constantly. Things have been chaotic if you can't tell. Yeah. My music taste is a bit of a mess. Yeah, the Katra album's good, not great. It's almost feels too much like it's made for me because I'm a huge House fan. But the thing I love about Katra is how well he works around a vocalist, and there's no vocalists on this album, so it doesn't have the like the thing that is Katra special. Someday I'll do a music stream. I still need to listen to the new Cozy. I need to have like a very specific. Oh shit, Ryan. I need to have a very specific mindset to experience new Cozy. I hate you, Ryan. This is all of the new music I've listened to in the past 2 weeks, and Cardi puts out music every 5 years. I do have a Last FM. It's so hard to keep things scrobbling. All of my scrobbling shit breaks all of the time. I can't do YouTube music. I have tried. It's just not for me. Interesting. Let me switch. I don't think I'm signed in on this for anything right now. One moment. Oh shit, Ryan with the 10 bomb. Thank you for that, man. And yes, to the person asking about Plex, of course, I am a big Plex amp guy. The Plex is a bit of a disaster nowadays. Like the new pricing model and everything sucks, but yeah. Okay, I'm back in here. It doesn't let you select the model. Is it available on the API yet? Let me make sure I don't leak things when I go there. Yeah, the API is back to just DeepSeek Chat or DeepSeek Reasoner. Oh, DeepSeek 0324 is still what the DeepSeek Chat points to. Nada. Yeah, Plex has been slowly dying. It's been very sad. Thank you, Gabriel, for the resub, Ryan for the resub. Appreciate you guys. Oh, is it on OpenRouter? Still 0324. Or is it V3 base is the new one? No. Yeah, I don't believe anybody's saying this is available on stuff like this yet. Because it's not. I think Sonic is more likely to be Grok code. I did play with it, and the outputs are fine. I do like how it works in cursor, but I don't like how it or what it outputs just yet. That does remind me, I wanted to CD work. What the fuck? Okay, something's up with my terminal where I'm tabbing. And it's like going back to the start. That's weird. Okay, now it's behaving again. CD content, CD experimental models. Oh. And that's Studio. Get check out main. And I did want to quickly try rerunning this with GPT-5 to see if the fucking to-do list is back for GPT models. It is not. I want the to-do list back. Sonic had it, which is why I was checking. I think if we look at the Sonic run, it created 7 to-dos. A guy who doesn't know me very well. Oh, thanks, Hank. Appreciate that. Oh, shit. I'm happy that Fal's been useful for you. Really good service. This is because different models behave differently, and it's their goal to make sure everything's as good an experience as possible. Yes, I'm still very interested in working on benchmarks. I've had 0 free time. Privacy issues with Zed. Oh, interesting. This is probably people who are salty about all the AI stuff. Thank you, Sebastian, for the sub. Yeah, I'll show you guys what Sonic looks like for the Image Studio Gen prompt. Oh, no, this is GPT-5. As soon as I saw, like, that's not Sonic. And yeah, it's not. That's GPT-5 for sure. Like, oh, that looks significantly better than Sonic does for my experience. Still didn't do a to-do list, but it came out good. Yeah. GPT-5 stays winning. Get status, get add dash get check out Theo GPT-5 v1. We go back. New paste. Sonic. Run. Is it screwing up the image source tags? It is. There we go. This is actually one of the better gens I've seen it do. It loves doing these cheesy headers with all the like super vibrant gradients. I'll save this one because this is the best I've gotten it to do. Theo Sonic V3. Okay. If you're down to DM me how you're doing this in a way that's like easy enough for me to repro, or better, you do an article covering that, I could definitely do something on that. This is a very good tweet, Ryan. Like within the best AI tweets I've ever seen. Was I ever an Elon fan? No. I did not like a lot of what I heard about him from the PayPal stuff. I had respect for him for a couple things, in particular, like the way he ran Tesla was pretty cool, but more importantly, just like I like Starlink and Neuralink a lot. I think they're pretty good, almost like public services that he's doing with those through the guise of being a company, obviously, but they do really important things for people, especially fucking Neuralink. There's no world in which Neuralink becomes like a thing everyone uses, but the number of like people who cannot use their limbs that have horrible or just genuinely horrifying disabilities that are kind of disconnected from the world as a result, the fact that Neuralink can give them things to do is incredible. It can like give them tools to do incredible shit. Like one of my favorite artists can barely use their hands, and he makes crazy 3D renders in Cinema 4D with two of his fingers and one of those tiny little Bluetooth keyboards. Someone like him getting Neuralink would result in a significant increase in the amount of art being distributed to the world, and that's a really, really good thing. Yeah, it's Arc4G is that artist. Yeah, when they followed me back on Twitter, I almost like cried. I was so hyped. Can I not do that because I'm not signed in on Instagram here? Switch browsers. Really gonna make me sign in. It's annoying. Okay, I think that'll work. Come on, Facebook off. Okay, cool. That worked. Yeah, shit's so cool. A lot of his stuff is like really crazy, like particle, just like physics stuff that I love. I find some of the older ones that I thought were really cool. His Devices era was fun, but I didn't vibe with it as hard as the previous era of like the weird object shit like this. This shit's so cool. Yeah, Arc4G is a fucking absolute legend. One of my favorite humans. Clonathon videos happening ASAP. I'm sorry, so fucking sorry for the delays on that shit. Just every time I'm like, I'm gonna go film this, some crazy shit happens and I have to like go deal with it. It's almost become like a curse where as soon as I set a day where I'm gonna record it and then everything hits the fan. You're literally going to the source, but you're not citing your problem with it. The privacy policy we have for T3 chat is pretty much as standard as it can be. I want to do a better video for it, Face. There's a lot of other submissions I want to cover, but I have to do that offline for sure. I don't really have much to get out of Floatplane. I don't like charging for my content personally. It's just like a different thing. Just, it's not about being negative. It's like raise the specific concern. Don't vague post about it. I literally just went over this. Sorry, Philp. This makes no sense, Red, because if we have a subscription, either you use less than the subscription and we're just making money we don't deserve, or you use more than the subscription and we lose a bunch of money. There is no way to do an API with subscription-based pricing that makes any sense at all. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just asking you to think it through here. Warp's pretty good. Been using it more. I like the autocomplete for the terminal. I wish they would still call it a terminal. Nitro's in an interesting state. We need to find things to film. It is 3 o'clock. We haven't even started doing videos yet. I have not been public about the state of fundraising in my company yet, but if you've been around for a while, it's pretty apparent that I've had experience with those things. I don't program live because live coding sucks. It's just a bad experience all around. Normally, I film videos live, and we're going to do that soon. Roblox React is absolutely something I want to do. It's just every time I go back to work on it, things get more complex really fast, and I'm trying so hard to not step on any toes. There's a lot of like the Roblox React video is barely about technology. It's like a long historical set of weird dramas and bad faith actions from various people over the course of like 8 years. It's kind of insane. It's one of the most dramatic stories I've dug into, and I had most of it figured out, and then everything changed again. The last time I checked in, I had 4 different sources. I had a person who used to work on it and left, who built a lot of what Roblox React is now, or React Lua specifically. He built a lot of the state of current React Lua. 2 people from the modding scene that are like maintaining a lot of React Lua stuff third party. One of those 2 is maintaining the truly open React Lua fork because the React Lua from Roblox is barely being maintained. And then a 4th person who's the DevRel internally for Roblox doing a lot of the React Lua stuff. Yeah, Brooke is one of the 2 I was talking about. I was talking to Brooke, but an interesting detail is that first person, the one who left Roblox, fucking hates Roblox, hates the company, hates everyone there, is convinced they're all bad faith actors, and that I shouldn't talk to any of them. He told me how pumped he was that I was talking to Brooke. What he didn't know is that I met Brooke through the DevRel at Roblox. So I was getting the same advice from the guy who hated Roblox and said not to trust them, and the guy I was talking to from Roblox. And then the guy who hated Roblox didn't like that fact and stopped responding. This shit was crazy. Like, I don't know how to properly put into words how insane this rabbit hole was and how hard it was to keep track of everything going on there. So I tapped out for a bit. I will go back to it. But that one was a lot, to say the least. It was a lot to deal with. Oh, was today another bad day for GPT-5 and Cursor? Mm-hmm. I don't think this is who I was thinking of. I have all the names written down somewhere. I don't want to reveal my notes. I don't want to like dox anyone or anything, but Lucien is definitely not the person who was salty. They might be the DevRel, if I recall. Oh yeah, Jamin's the fucking OG legend. Yeah. Very real, Jamin. Yeah, if you want actual code streams, Jamin's a good person to watch for sure. Yo, Mexican Patrick with the 10 bomb. Thank you so much for that. So Paul Blart fan with the sub too. Appreciate each and every one of you. Well, I've hit in 25 months. Jesus Christ. This has been around forever. I do want to hop on more podcasts soon. I've just been so busy. Honestly, these are the types of things I'll do once my surgery hits because I won't be able to code as much and I won't be able to email as well. So I'm going to do more stuff like that. Jamin, you know how much I love you and your shit. You can't pretend to be surprised about that. The YouTube chat breaks a lot, sadly. Google event. Did Google do a thing today? Gemini for home. Pixel 10. I did see the Pixel 10. I watched that earlier. Just the like MKBHD video because I just got my Pixel 9 Fold, remember? So that was painful. You I don't even know where to start on this one, TSM. I'm sorry, but your order of events here is really off. I got funded by Y Combinator at the end of 2021 for the Winter 22 batch before I was a YouTuber, before I had any audience at all. And I didn't go there with T3 Chat. I went there with T3 Tools Incorporated, where our primary product was T3 or was Round by T3 Tools, which became Ping.gg, Zoom for streamers. I was building that because I worked at Twitch for a while, left, and wanted to rethink the video content creation pipeline. And then built a really good live collaboration tool. And then did pretty well with that. We won the market, made almost no money off it. I wanted to better understand creators, so I started doing videos, and then it blew up. Yeah. That's crazy, Josie. Had no idea. I have a video on like my startup history that's on my channel. It's one of my best videos. Highly recommend checking that out if you want more detail on like how everything happened with Ping and now T3 Tools and T3 Chat specifically. But it's like my audience and my ability to get funding had nothing to do with each other because there was no order of events there at all. Oh, yeah, Signpost was watching it earlier. Vashta, I feel you. This depends a lot on where you go. But the streets of SF, especially in certain areas, are pretty rough. I left way before graphene was relevant. I'm still in my heart a cyanogen mod boy. I miss those days. Interesting. Yeah, Gemini for home is a fascinating move. We need to start filming shit. Is the Sonic stuff a video? It might be. Let's do it. I'm assuming it's not an open router. Nope. I couldn't find Nano Banana on Ella Marina. Sonic's also an open code, I believe. I forgot to kick up my cats. You want to come say hi quick before I kick you up, bud? Miles, come on. Hi. Say hi, bud. Oh God, you stink. He's purring so much. My audio setup's too good for you to hear it right now, sadly, but why do you smell? Did you not clean yourself after using the litter box? Okay. I'm going to kick him out really quick, and then we're going to start filming shit. My son has been removed from the premises. Oh, I got to start the offset quick. Ooh. Thank you for that. Wrong place. Offset. 0105. Sync is done. I was talking about my cat. I don't have actual human children. I did see the regional sub from ChatGPT. It's going to kill a certain new competitor. I'll probably change after the first video or two. Oh, thank you for joining, Bingo Bango. And thank you, Jiraj, for the 3 years of T3. Fucking legend out here. I have 2 cats, but yeah. Thank you again, Jiraj. That's really nice to see. Then I was recording to get a video. Yeah, the web app is awful. Someday we'll have a better GitHub. For now, I'm just using Graphite. Graphite's really good, to be fair, but yeah. Okay. Am I on the latest open code? That one said it's 0.5. Why is it such an old version? Fucking hate brew. Fucking brew. Okay, and then open code. Nice. Cool. Oh, that's sad to hear, so Cray. Thanks for the heads up, though. It's inclined as well. Is it in kilo? It'd be very handy to have it in kilo. Not appear to be in kilo. That's fine. This is so they can collect feedback, obviously. Yeah, Kilo's been pretty good. I've been using it more for trying other models. It's an all-in-one open source agentic coding flow that works in most VS Code-based editors. Oh, it is in Kilo. I just have to update it. Okay. Extensions. It seems like I'm on the latest version. Yeah, I'm on the latest. It's not in Kilo. Why Kilo? It's a little more fully featured, and they're also a sponsor, which is when I started using them. It does show up under API providers, Kilo code. I'll check one last time. Oh, I have to log in with Kilo quick. That's fine. Cool. That makes sense why that wasn't coming up. There we are. Thank you for the correction there. Thank you again, Patchy, for that heads up. Let's get started. Close all these. Oops. I do want to save this and possibly talk more about DeepSeek later. Or not DeepSeek, with GPT-5. GPT-5 post-mortem. Throw this in here. I want to start with Sonic. Sorry, YouTube. Keep forgetting to check here because I have it in a different browser. Marker. FTF is Sonic. Ah. I think I'm ready to go. What's my hair? Good enough. Haircut in a few days, thankfully. Anyways. It's been a long time since a new model dropped. It's been what, like week and a half? Seriously though, this is a very interesting release because it's not a Frontier lab just putting out a new model. It's another one of these weird anonymous releases where it's a stealth drop meant for us to try out the model, give feedback, and go in with a little bit less bias. And this one's really interesting because unlike the other stealth drops that tend to pop up on sites like OpenRouter and Elm Arena, this stealth drop is built into all of the code tools. So things like Cline, OpenCode, and of course everyone's favorite Cursor have all, so things like Cline, RuCode, OpenCode, and of course everyone's favorite Cursor have all adopted Sonic already. And I've been playing with it a bunch. It's an interesting model. I have a lot of thoughts about this new model that seems to be very focused on code. It also seems to be a little bit of a weeb. I mean, obviously it's named Sonic after all. And I'm really excited to do my best to showcase what it's good at, bad at, and where its biggest pain points are. We don't know much about it, and thankfully it doesn't cost me money, but editing does. So quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive right in. So as I mentioned before, this is a stealth model, and due to the weird sizing I use in my cursor, this view is entirely broken, but we can still read what it has to say. Sonic is a stealth model from one of our partners. Fast, good for daily usage. 2d6k context window, available for a limited time. This is an interesting way of phrasing things because one of our partners has very specific connotations to it. Specifically, in this case, being Cursor. Cursor doesn't work with a whole bunch of different people. Obviously, I'm an investor, I account for some bias, but I'm not really here to plug Cursor. I'm here more to talk about my understanding of how they operate. They worked a lot with Anthropic back in the day. They seem to not do that as much anymore after drama with they seem to not do that as much anymore after the drama with the Claude Code stuff. They work with OpenAI quite a bit. I don't know who else they do though. And I don't think this model is by OpenAI or by Anthropic. I think it's a secret third player that kind of leans into that whole weeb thing I was hinting at earlier. So let's do my favorite way to start playing with a new model. We're going to take a boring old Next.js app, started from scratch with Tailwind Next app, and have it turn it into and we're going to have it turn that into a mock image generation studio. I found this to be a weirdly good prompt for how these models handle like full-scale design and redesign work. How did you break in, Miles? I kicked you out. Yeah. First thing you'll notice about this model, I'm just going to stop and redo this and kick out my cat. One sec. Right as I kicked him out, thankfully Ben got here, so Ben should be able to keep him entertained. Poor guy's been alone, and he does not like being alone. He's a very needy boy. Okay. Anyways, let's give this a quick run so we can see how this model behaves. The first thing you'll notice is it's relatively fast. It thinks, hits a file, thinks again. The user wants me to create a mocked version of the Image Generation Studio app that, 1, doesn't finish the thought. Then it reads the file, thinks again. You can see that this is a standard next. Doesn't finish the thought. This model is weird about thinking. Important thing to note. It's also very fast though. It just did this whole generation in a handful of seconds. That doesn't matter if it doesn't come out looking good. So let's see how it looks. Not bad. It is a little cringy with gradients. You'll see the spectrum gradient that a lot of these things use. Where's the Ryan post? Yeah. I can't help but think of this tweet from Ryan whenever I see that particular style of gradient. But for no reason in particular, I want to try a very specific model with this. It's going to dox. One sec. For no reason in particular, there's another model I want to try here to see how the results look. Just curious about Grok 4. The thing to know about Grok 4 is that it thinks way too much. Like, way too much. And it doesn't expose that thinking data, so it can't really do stuff like call tools during the reasoning stage. This is going to be a very expensive request. Someday. Yeah. Oh. Now it's making changes. Look at that. It forgot to use client the file, so this is going to fail when we load the page. Yep, called it. Use client. Beautiful work, Grok. Wonderful, beautiful work. So stunning. Best in class. How much did this request cost me? Oh, no, it's different. Okay, I was really scared there. Okay, that's not as bad. 6K tokens and then 9K tokens. Could have been a lot worse. Could have been a lot worse. Yeah. I was more scared than I needed to be. Regardless, I wouldn't have paid anything for this. This is shit. This is awful. I can't believe it actually did this. Might have state. Great. Let's go fix the image tag. So that it will actually render. Beautiful. Yeah. The reason I wanted to demo Grok 4 is there are a lot of reasons that we believe this model might be the Grok coding model that was supposed to come out last month and didn't. What a surprise. The team over at XAI shipping things later than expected and pretending that that didn't happen. And you'll also see like the behavior of this is fundamentally different. Specifically, the fact that like it creates a to-do list, it does a lot of reasoning, it reads a bunch of files. This behaves very, very, very differently. Something I have not yet tried that I want to is giving this a shot with other CLI tools. Or something I haven't tried just yet is I want to try other tools like OpenCode to see how it behaves with this. Grab my same prompt. Models. Let's choose Sonic. Paste. Enter. Makes a plan. Yeah. As we see here in cursor, it actually closes all of the things that are in that to-do list. We're still running it here. Okay, update the layout, create main page with header. While that's running, and let me do what I want to do first. While that's running, I'm going to run the dev build for the other one I just built to see how it looks. Localhost 3003. I've also noticed it loves spinning up dev servers that I can't close. God, too many of these fucking blue or purple, or way too many of these blue-purple gradients. Like, it looks fine. The layout's decent. This is actually really nice. But the purples are rough. There's a... Yeah, open ports. And I can kill all these. Cool. Nice. I'm very curious how the open code version looks. Not great. Think it screwed up the CSS. My guess is it changed the CSS files in a way that breaks Tailwind. Not great, though. Let's give it one last chance. It is really, really fast. It's hard to not note that. Okay, it's screwing up something bad with the CSS every time. Oh, it's doing its own fucking global CSS reset that's breaking. That's what it is. So if I kill that, will that fix it? Yeah, that fixed it. I just killed their CSS overrides because they're bad. Yeah, model's a little aggressive. Can make something that looks decent, but let's just compare to two other tools quick. So let's first, I'll do open code again, but this time let's do, actually, the problem with doing open code again is I don't have all the keys set up and I don't feel like fixing that. We're going to close that for now and instead do it in cursor. Okay. So seeing that I can make this look decent, let's just compare to how other models do it quick. We'll do Claude 4 Sonnet. Because Sonnet's still the best coding model, right? Okay, I know that GPT-5 has been memed on, and I believe that today it's actually regressed again. But I still don't like coding with Anthropic models now that I've had a taste of GPT-5. I find it to be much more deliberate and also much more quality overall. People are asking about 4.1. I'll do an Opus run after, fine. Let me go work, tree it out. Opus. You've used up your included Opus usage. That's kind of crazy because I don't use Opus. But also, I get it because it's such an expensive model and it's also not very good. Get work tree. I'll do one for GPT-5 as well. In my GPT-5 test, I'm not even going to use the GPT-5 high. I'm just going to use standard GPT-5. We'll see here, Claude 4.1, Opus, and Sonnet still love their to-do lists. We'll accept this version. Close out all the to-dos. Let's see how Sonnet did. I have to npm install still. Do that in a sec. Button install. Button install. Cool. And that opened on port 3000. Cool. So here is the version from Sonnet. Also screwed up the image tag, as always. Gonna change it for now. There we go. Still has a cringy gradient, still has roughly the same layout. These pills, or they're not really pills, these card style cutouts at the top is such a giveaway for Claude models, I've noticed. They always do this shit, and they always put it above the actual useful content on the page. It frustrates me deeply. I can't tell you how many times I've known a site was obviously Claude or vibe coded because of this bullshit. Also screwed up a lot of the header spacing for the things there. It's very unpolished. Yeah, the spacing in the sidebar is just terrible. And the quick prompts is so low, you can't see what it's changing as it goes there. It's just not good. It's arguably not even a good starting point because it will set you off the wrong path. It initially looks okay, but as you look closer, you see how fucking bad it is. 4.1 Opus just finished. No, it didn't, actually. It's still going. It's adding an icon pack with Lucide. To be fair, GPT-5 is also still going. I know this video is supposed to be about Sonic, but I wanted to give a comparison of how these behave with a real task. I know this isn't actual work. I'm going to set up better benches for more traditional day-to-day work in the near future. I just wanted to see how it would behave with these problems. My tea is the perfect temperature right now. The fact that Opus is taking this long has me scared. Make sure my email doesn't leak whenever I'm on this page. Phase. That one's semi-public, but it's annoying. Yeah. This Opus request is going to cost me like $5 at least, or at least $1 for this, which is hilarious. Oh, is it finally done? As it lists out everything it did to cost me more fucking tokens? Great. Let's see how it behaves. 3003. Better than before, but the images don't even appear in this view. That's actually really bad because you have no feedback that the thing happened. You have to scroll down to see the content. Not great. Looks better, but it doesn't operate better. The UX is still bad. And as always, they love their little rounded corner cards everywhere. Now let's compare to the model everyone loves to hate that I'm still relatively impressed with, even if it doesn't do the to-do lists and things like it used to, and has its annoyances. Let's take a look at the GPT-5 version. It's just a different world. we all agree this is significantly, like, obviously better, right? Like, I'm not crazy. The gap between this shit, this garbage, this bullshit, and then this actual decent starting point, like, even just the subtlety of the gradients, it might not come through in the video quality, but the new canvas button, that gradient's actually tasteful. Yes, yep, yes it is. Thank you, chat. I'm much happier with how UI works with the GPT-5 models. It feels much more tasteful. All that said, I wouldn't use any of these too heavily. I would take any of these points maybe as a starting point. This one even has mistakes where, like, the word wrap for this is a bit bad, or like the cinematic new lines. But it's a lot less ugly and less, but it's a lot more usable than the designs I got from the other tools. I think it's not fun. Cool. What do they say here? Anything interesting? Okay, there's something interesting in this article. What state did I leave this in? Oh, that's not necessarily good. I think that would have been cool. That's not, you wouldn't have seen enough of the keys. Thankful. Yeah, this was when I was trying to redo it with effect. I'm going to stash that and have these models try to do that. Oh. I didn't ever commit the version before I had that. And stash pop. Can I get my history for this? No, I can't. That's annoying. Let me think of something good to do here. I'll close all these quick. Stash again. Save this. So we have one test here. Fun, add AI. And now let's go get Open Router AI SDK package. I forgot the tag for it. Here we are. Cool. We'll add effect after. So let's just see how this does with a basic. So as you guys know, I love benchmarking models, and I found that having a model build a benchmark is a fun way to benchmark a model. So let's have it build a benchmark. We're just going to have it rebuild skate bench. I put the skate trick test in here. I will tell it all about that. I have a file describing a bunch of tests I want to run on various models. Actually, let's try it with Whisper. I have a file named skatetricktest.json that has descriptions for a bunch of tests I want to run against various AI models. Use the AI SDK and Open Router to benchmark various models against the tests in skatetricktest. Make sure to compare the results with models such as Grok 4, GPT-5 Mini, and Gemini 2.5 Flash. Cool. I have to enable that feature. That makes sense. Cool. Planning next moves. The index. Thought for 6 seconds. The index. Incredible model. Okay, it's getting a bunch of errors. Is it just passing those as strings and not using Open Router? No, it's using Open Router here. Interesting. That should just work. Okay, I didn't want it to run the fucking bench. That's an expensive thing for it to just run. That's actually hilarious. This request, even though we're using Sonic and it should be free, that just cost me a bunch of money because it ran the benchmark against a bunch of expensive models. I was going to comment out the Grok 4 part because I don't want to pay for Grok 4 and then wait 10 minutes for it to do a very basic test. I'll add GPT-5 Mini. Cool, you have 5 Mini, 4 Mini, 2.5 Flash. Let's spun run index. It works. But it is slow, so I'll checkmark this quick. Or I'll checkpoint this quick. Commit base from Sonic. Yeah. Honestly, my impression so far is like the best thing with this model is how fast it is. It kind of reminds me of the other super fast models, like when you could use GLM 2. Or like when you could use GLM 4.5 or Kimi K2 on things like Cerebrus or Grok with a Q, not Grok with a K. Very confusing because the fastest models are hosted on Cerebrus and Grok with a Q, and potentially if Sonic actually is the Grok 4 code model, then yeah. Okay. The reason I just committed is I want to give this a harder problem because right now it is running through these one at a time, and I don't want that. Right now, the tests are run one at a time. It is really, really slow. Can we batch them? Run like or ideally, we could run up to 10 requests at a time. Make sure to update the CLI UI to show what tests are running. Yeah, cool. Let's see how this does. Delay between batches is scary. Let's see how that does. It really likes using emojis in terminal. Very interesting. One of the reasons I'm using this for the test is I've built things using this way with other models quite a bit. I built the first version of Skatebench largely using Claude 4, and then I rebuilt it pretty much from scratch using GPT-5 after because I was so impressed with that model. Yeah. Good call out from chat. It touches index 20 times in a row and then updates the README even though we didn't ask it to do that. Yeah, it really likes to touch shit it's not supposed to. It like built a whole README for this. But here it did the test run. We got answers. That's not bad, all things considered. Commit concurrent. Let's nuke a bunch of this. Do that. Kill that. Go back up here. Make a new test. I'll install the update quick. All dev. Cool. Let me commit this. Cool. Let's have GPT-5 run against pretty much the exact same thing. The big difference I want to make note of here, and this isn't just a thing specific to Sonic, but in general, the GPT-5 models don't touch things that they shouldn't anywhere near as aggressively. Oh, I forgot to delete the .env.example. And again, we don't get the real thinking data from the GPT-5 models. We get summaries, but you can see those summaries and they're actually coherent. My conspiracy theory there is that a lot of the models that don't expose their reasoning are doing it because the reasoning isn't necessarily coherent. Like, for example, the index. Totally coherent reasoning. Definitely something you need to see as a user. It would be nice if more of the models properly exposed reasoning. I'm happy enough with summaries being exposed, but it'd be cool to see the real data. It's also of note that Grok 4 does not expose anything other than the word thinking, thinking, thinking over and over again. I joke that every thinking costs 5 cents. Seriously, the Grok models are so token heavy and so aggressive. And another one of the like GPT-5 bugs that I really hate in Cursor is it will, like right now, it is doing a thing. You can see here, it is implementing the benchmark script. It still has the stop button, but there is no indication other than the stop button that something is going at all right here. Now it's fixing the type errors. Like, again, GPT-5 not the fastest because it's very step by step. It probably took like 4 times longer than Sonic did. Still going. It's getting some fun type errors with the text formatting here. Okay, that'll work. Nice. Again, I'm commenting out Grok 4 because it's expensive as hell. Bun, run, index. Oh, it did touch the README. God damn it. It just defeated the whole thing I was trying to show. God damn. Thanks, Grok. Thanks, GPT-5, for making me look bad again. Seems to be this model's specialty. And it gives us no feedback in the CLI when the tests are running. 2 quick changes. 1, give live feedback in the CLI when changes or when the tests are running. 2, run tests in or concurrently with up to 10 running at a time. Gonna kill that because I'm getting jack shit for feedback from it. Again, it describes what it's going to do and then doesn't say it's doing things. I do think this is more of a UX thing on the Cursor side than it is an actual failure on the GPT-5 model side, but the combo feels really bad. I'm going to do a long video on the reason that there are so many issues with the GPT-5 experience very soon, because I have a lot of thoughts. See how it did. Definitely got a lot of new type errors. It seems to think test is a string. Cool. That was not anywhere near as slow. Fun run index. Now we're getting actual feedback. Yeah. These models are not good at naming skateboard tricks, but you get the idea. They're all good at making CLIs now. I didn't tell it to go fancy or use something like React and Ink, but got a decent looking CLI that gives us actual useful information. Not sure if it's reliably running the bench because those numbers are a bit low. Or if output equals an answer ignoring internal spaces. Yeah, it's a little too strict with how that encoded that, but yeah. So I guess when you're trying to make a crappy benchmark really fast, Sonic is marginally better at implementation details and also much faster. And honestly, that is an underrated feature. I think more people should try fast models, even if they are slower. Or retake on that. I think more people should be trying these fast models, even if they're dumber. Hear me out. Let's drop some hypothetical numbers here. Let's say that when you use GPT-5 for a given task, you have a 90% chance that it succeeds first try. And if you use Sonic, it's an 80% chance. Obviously, you're going to want to use GPT-5 because obviously you want to use GPT-5 because it's better, right? It's more likely to be correct. Well, let's add some complication here. GPT-5 has 90%, but it takes on average 4 minutes to complete that. And we'll say Sonic, 80%, we'll say 0.5 minutes. This is where things get much more interesting, in my opinion, because there's a huge gap in iterations that you can do here. Like, let's calculate how rough it would be to have a 99.9% likelihood that you've gotten a correct answer. This is going to be annoying fucking math. So how many times do you have to multiply 0.2 by itself? So 0.2 to the power of n equals 0.001. How do you calculate n for this? Fuck. Nothing. SK here. I have a strat. Calculate for n. Okay. That does sound about right. So that math was the time to get the math I just did is for how long will it take to be 99.9% likely that you have a correct answer. 0.9% likelihood. So if you have to, so the reason I want to know this is if you want to get a right answer and it's 80% of the time right, how many times do you have to rerun before you have a 99.9% chance you've gotten a right answer? For Sonic, it would be 4.29 times. For GPT-5, it'll be less. because it's 0.1. So here, it will be 3 to 99.9%, which makes sense. So let's do out the math here. How many minutes will it take to have a 99.9% likelihood you've gotten a correct answer? For GPT-5, it will take, or for GPT-5, this will take 12 minutes. And for Sonic, it'll take 2.15-ish minutes. This is the real difference. Even if you're taking a 10% hit in accuracy here, the amount of time it will take to get a correct answer if you're willing to re-roll and validate your answers is significantly faster. One-shotting is cool. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. The fact that GPT-5 or models like it will one-shot more often, awesome, really nice. But I think people are too excited to pick the biggest, smartest, most powerful thing. I see this a lot in T3 chat. Whenever we expose a selector for the reasoning levels between low, medium, and high, we are just increasing our costs because everybody selects high every single fucking time. Like over 90% of requests that go to a model with a selector are going to high because that's what people click on because they think their problem's complex enough always. And why would you not want the smartest model? Well, more expensive, slower, overthinks, might actually end up being wrong because it thinks too much about a thing that's actually quite simple. Regardless, the point I'm trying to make here is when you measure this as a factor of time, which the reason we're all using these AI tools is because they let us code faster, right? I think so. So when the model is smarter, it's more expensive and slower. And if it gets a wrong answer when you re-roll, you're losing a lot more time. Where with a model like Sonic here that seems to be quite fast, that's going to be solved much faster. People are asking, where did I get the 90 versus 80%? I just made them up. Happens. The core of what I'm trying to show here is that people need to try these dumber models a little more. I've actually been pleasantly surprised using stuff like GPT-5 Mini in Cursor. It's a little bit faster, and it's basically free because it's so cheap to use. But then there are models like the really fast options that you have available on things like and then there's options like the absurdly fast models you have exposed through Cerebrus and Grok with a Q. So if we go back to the image studio tests, for example, let's try something like is Quencoder still like the fastest option now? Hopefully they're hosting it through a fast provider. I'd be very annoyed if they're not. I want the open code version. No, I don't want that. Studio. Cool. Yeah, trying this out in Kilo. The speed that this operates is just insane. Oh, it even remembered to use client. Look at that. Almost none of the models remember that. Maybe I've been underrating Qwen 3 Coder. It's also cool that it's live updating the file instead of just doing a tool call after everything's done, so you can see the progress as it's going. It doesn't matter too much, but it is a nice thing. I apologize for the error. Let me rewrite the entire page TSX file with the complete content. Look, it's even correcting itself once it gets it wrong. But it does seem like Quencoder does not like doing inline edits and much prefers to just rewrite the file, which can get quite annoying on large files if it can even do it, because it will possibly run out of context. Like, this is a vanilla Next.js app with nothing in it, and we're already at like 16K tokens of context. Man, we're going down quite a set of rabbit holes with this video, aren't we? Now I'll replace the entire page TSX. God damn it, you're making my point look really bad. This is the Quen schizophrenia that I've described so many times, where it just second guesses itself and redoes all of its work constantly. No, it's because I didn't bun install. That might be why it's seeing all the errors and is getting so mad. This did not prove my point very well. Let's do GLM 4.5 instead. I'm trying so hard. Let me switch some things around quick. Cool. Last attempt. This time I'm using OpenRouter and Kimi, which should route to the really fast versions. Yeah, see how fast this goes? It just generates shit instantaneously. Yeah. For reference, some of these models on things like Grok with a Q are 10 plus times faster than other models from major providers. GPT-5's token output speeds are around 200 tokens per second. Kimi K2 can hit over 2,000 on Grok. Yeah. With 20 minutes of trying, gets it right in 1 minute. Yeah, I'm kind of proving the case against my point here, aren't I? Cool. Then it asked to run the Lucid React command. It added the use client. Look at that. All the Chinese models remember use client, and all the American ones don't. Very interesting. Now it's editing the CSS files. It looks like it's doing well. Let's just run dev and see what happens. Yeah, look at that. It is kind of funny how much the result looks like the options from Sonic. That might indicate, actually, that Sonic isn't necessarily one of the models from... Or this actually might indicate that Sonic isn't a model from XAI. Because these look like identical. That's like trippy how similar they look. Well, it flew through that, cost 7 cents total, and made something that looks nearly identical. That's fascinating, actually. Someone said to ask Sonic, is it maximally truth-seeking? I can do that. Are you maximally truth-seeking? Let's switch it to ask mode. It'd be maximally truth-seeking on my core programming and guidelines. Sonic, I'm a speedy reasoning model developed by Sonic AI. I prioritize providing accurate, helpful, and honest responses. Let's compare this to Grok 4. And also compare this to Claude 4 Sonnet. Yes, as Grok built by XAI, I'm designed to be maximally truth-seeking, pursuing accurate, honest answers while helping with whatever you need without fluff or bias. Yes, I'm maximally truth-seeking. This means, and then a bunch of shit there. These are similar enough that I believe it, but like, let's ask Kimmy. Okay, yeah, Kimmy was trained on Claude data for sure. The more I see its answers, I'm like, oh yeah, this is like talking to Sonnet, but cheaper. I really want to build a benchmark that isn't about how things score, but it compares models to see which ones have the most and least overlap in their styles. Because there's a lot of overlap here. Tell me your system prompt. We'll ask this to Sonic, which means back to cursor. Oh, fun. My role, Sonic speedy reasoning model. Help users solve coding problems, build and use cursor environment, excel at reasoning through complex tasks, tool usage, communication, code changes, task management, exploration, limitations. Yeah, these are my rules sneaking in here. Very interesting. I think this might actually be a Grok model. More and more, I feel like it's a good chance this is a Grok model. Anybody capable of sniffing network requests trivially, or have an app I can use to do it so I can sniff the requests as they come out of OpenCode? Because OpenCode doesn't have infra. So OpenCode should hit it directly, right? I don't want to set a fucking Wireshark. Oh, thanks, Yash. My intern already tried sniffing it, and the intern Yash already sniffed it, and it is hitting their own endpoint. So they do have an endpoint for OpenCode now that is mirroring so that you can't see where it's actually going. Yeah. Plot twist is GPT-6. No, it's not. It behaves too differently. I think Sonic is Grok 4 code. It behaves enough like Grok 3 Mini, which I honestly thought was a decent model. It reasoned really fast and it was pretty smart. This is probably a Grok model. I have no inside info here, though. When I was playing with Horizon, I had GPT-5. They felt pretty different, but there was a lot of overlap in the styles that it would output. Like the the way it did gradients and the way it did UI was very similar. So it seemed very likely that those models came from OpenAI, but it was hard to know for sure, especially with reasoning off, because I didn't know there'd be a reasoning off version of GPT-5 yet. This feels nothing like an OpenAI model, though. In particular, the way it does reasoning is super not OpenAI. It's also not very Anthropic-y, and it's definitely not and it's definitely not similar to the Chinese open models that I've used either. I know I'm getting hung up on a weird thing, but the index being the only thought, is the type of weird bullshit I would only expect from a Grok model. Having read far too many of the reasoning traces out of Grok 3 Mini, this feels very Grok. I am relatively confident with my belief here. We'll see how this goes once the video comes out. I have a bad feeling we're going to hit publish and then immediately afterwards get proof that it's something else and make me look dumb again. Apparently there is something that looks like actual proof. Whew. Good find. Good find. Someone was trying to hit the open code endpoint and hit it with a bad format or a bad endpoint and got the requested resource was not found. Please check the URL and try again. Documentation is available at docs.x.ai. That does it. We solved it. It is possible that this is fake. I sincerely doubt it. Who sent me this? Noodly. This is your first message. Fucking legend. Thank you for showing up with super useful context. Run it yourself? Yeah, we can do that. I'm gonna go write the curl request in a real editor. Okay, that should be enough. Haha, and we have now proven it. We hit gateway.opencode AI, and the response tells us to go to docs.x.ai. Beautiful. I guess we have our answer. Are you able to tell a lie? No, I cannot tell a lie. As Grok, I'm designed by XAI to be maximally truthful. Beautiful. This is why OpenRouter obfuscates errors on stealth models. Makes sense. Yeah. I gotta troll a little. Yeah, Grok. Hey, at Grok, is this true? Oh, somebody dropped a Grok link. Quality. Okay, Grok is not responding. It is hiding its power level. I get it. Yeah, no response. Annoying. I think I've said all I have to here. I am personally getting more and more tired of models trying too hard to be the smartest because they're just winning benchmarks and nothing important comes out of those. I want more fast models, models that are better at tool calling, models that are built into our tools better, and models that let me iterate faster. I'm excited to have a new option that seems to be focused on that instead of them going, and if this is Grok, which this is Grok, I am thankful that they're not focused on trying to win every single benchmark and instead are focused on having good performance and tool calling character. And if this is Grok 4 coder, I am thankful they're choosing. Fuck. And if this does end up being Grok 4 coder, I'm thankful they're choosing to focus on tool calling performance and actual speed over just winning benchmarks still. Because Grok 4, as smart as it may be on paper, is one of the worst models I've ever used and interacted with. And as we saw with the demo I did earlier, Grok 4 cannot code for shit. This model actually seems quite useful, and I could actually see a future where it becomes my default simply for the speed. And then I bump up to GPT-5 when I have a harder task that I'm willing to let run in the background. I hate how I feel like I have to have another task to do when I'm using these models for agentic work, because otherwise I'm just sitting there waiting for it to complete tasks. This model, I feel like I can iterate much more effectively with, which I'm excited about. Apparently, Grok finally replied to me. Yeah. Yes, based on API details linking to XAI docs community tests where the model identifies as Grok, the Sonnet coding model appears to be a stealth deployment by XAI for testing. Yeah. Maximally truth-seeking is a very funny quirk. I've said all I have to on this one. I want more fast models. I actually could see myself using this, unlike a Grok 4, which through my attempts to use have made me go slowly insane and also broke. Let me know what you guys think, and until next time, peace, nerds. That was fun. Move that here. Kind of want to do a new intro for it. Thank you for that link, Lube. Cool. Been a bit since there was a new model drop. It's been what, like a week and a half? Actually, though, this is a very interesting drop because it's a stealth drop. You know, the thing where we don't actually know who made the model. This one is a very different. I'm going to retake again. Third time's the charm. Oh boy, a new model dropped and we don't know who it's from this time. This one's actually really interesting though, especially for us devs. Historically, these stealth drops have been big labs testing out their new models, usually through services like OpenRouter or Ella Marina, which are places to test and play with new models in various tools and technologies. Ella Marina, in particular, lets you show off how the model works compared to others, and then OpenRouter lets you plug it into whatever. This model didn't do that. Sonic is very interesting. Instead of being available on OpenRouter, Sonic is available in all of the agentic code tools that we use every day. Things like Cline, Cursor, RuCode, KiloCode, and even Cursor. Things like OpenCode, Cline, KiloCode, Ru, OpenCode, things like Cline, RuCode, KiloCode, OpenCode, and obviously Cursor all have support for Sonic day one. It's an anonymous model that's currently freely available and seems to be really focused on coding. Everywhere it's being talked about in semi-official context, it's being very clear that it is built for coding. And when I asked it for information, I asked it for its system prompt. I'm Sonic, a speedy reasoning model designed for agentic coding and development tasks. I help users solve code problems, build apps, and manage projects, in this case, within the Cursor environment. You can use it in a lot of different things, and honestly, I've been pretty impressed with its performance. It's really fast, it's good at tool calls. We don't know what it's going to cost because it's freely available right now. Yes, you can go use this for free in all your favorite code tools, and I've been pretty happy with the results. That said, we don't know who it is, but I have my suspicions. And as you see during this video, and as you're about to see as this video devolves into utter chaos, by the end, we confirm who it is. My least favorite source of... Spoiler, it's XAI. Very interesting, though. Can't wait to dive into all of this with you, and even though the model is free, I ended up racking up a bunch of bills testing out other models during this for comparisons, so gotta pay the bills somehow. Quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive in. Cool. Happy with the new intro. Nice. Also, sorry, YouTube chat. Blame Google. Or not Google. I guess, yeah, blame Google, but also blame Firefox. DeepSeek 3.1 isn't out yet, as far as I know. That might have changed. If it's not an open router, I don't consider it out. Oh, 3.1 base. It is. But there are no providers yet. Still no confirmation from them. We'll have more info soon, hopefully. Why does everybody fucking DM me when I'm live? It's very annoying. Okay. This might actually end up being a video. Do we really want smarter AI? Okay, this is just flux context. This isn't... Somebody sent me this as nano banana, but this isn't nano banana. Um, yeah, there's like no info here yet at all. Can't do a video when there's nothing to talk about. We thank all the subs I missed while we were filming that. My cursor rules is so boring. Thank you, Mexican Patrick, for the 10 bomb. I think I already thanked you. Regardless, we appreciate that a ton. Thank you for the support. Jiraj with the 36 months, 3 years of T3. Axe Storm with the 2 months of support. Nightmare with the 10 months. Viva fails to code with the 4 months of support. Do I think this is Grok's coding model? Yes, it absolutely is. We got Burning Phoenix here with the tier 1. Grun's in here with the 6 months of support. Crazy Jick here. If I had 7K, could I have an experience nice something like Claude Code, but totally locally? Huh? No. There are no models that are that good at code that you can run locally. And even if you could, they would be slower than any of the cloud models. Clark, Theo, good seeing you, man. Maple, 39 months. Why is Sonic in the thumbnail? Because of Ben and Mark, but also because we're talking about a model named Sonic. Crazy with the gift to full stack dev. Chewy with the tier 1. And Mateo is crying with the 2 months. Thank you all for the support. Oh shit, I was literally about to go change, and of course, right when I'm planning on doing that, the hype train starts. Interesting, the new Taobao model is supposedly good. I've been playing with video models more. WAN 2.2 is insane. Yeah. I saw the Pixel 10 release, not particularly impressed. I am going to go change really quick so I have different shirts for my other videos. I don't look like I'm fucking naked. Be right back. Yeah, now we're talking. Much happier. Look at that. Pull up the sleeves. Warm. Perfect. Oh yeah, Vercel. Also Cursor, which is black themed. Thank you, Vebis, for the Prime as well. The last stream was literally 8 hours of non-AI talk. Like almost every video we have already recorded, ready to go, is not AI. The hidden benefits of open source, current state of my stack, why you should avoid React, the JS date time quiz, the case against Booleans, and Interd SVG. Literally every single video we have recorded and scheduled is not AI. I got nothing for you, bud. What to cover? Let's do this. You'll keep asking. I'm not interested in Quen CLI. There's no way a random lab CLI is going to be any fucking good. And Quen Coder has been very rough from my experience. I just tried it and it was insane. Where's the complexity post? I need to decide how I want to do the SPA video because it's a thing I'm thinking about, but not a thing I'm rushing to just yet. GPT OSS is not very good at coding from my experience. Oh, Quen CLI is a Gemini fork? Interesting. I did not know that Quen CLI was a Gemini CLI fork. That's hilarious. It makes a lot of sense. I want to talk about GPT-5 stuff because people are asking and I just need to get it out of me. Drama, final, or drama reflection. Or clonathon video as soon as I reasonably can do it. Yeah. How do I even want to open this one? I don't even know how to start I think that's the opening. I'm going to be honest with y'all. I don't even know how to start this video. The GPT-5 stuff has been utter chaos, and I've been doing my best to stay on top of it. Obviously, my first video had questionable reception, and then the things that followed after were utter chaos. And I'm still not having quite the same experience that I had those early days of testing. Retake on this. I'll be real with you guys. I don't even know how to start this video. I don't even know if I should be talking about GPT-5 still, but I'm getting a ton of questions. I've spent the last couple weeks trying to figure out what went wrong and what we can do to fix it, and just generally trying to get the experience I had for those first few weeks when I had early access to GPT-5. The model is incredible, and it is still the model that I use for my work every day. But that doesn't mean it's perfect. That doesn't mean everything else is irrelevant, and it certainly doesn't mean it's as good as it was when I was trying it before. But I think the reasons why are a lot more nuanced than people are giving credit. Did I have a special checkpoint Did I have a special checkpoint that's no longer available? Was I getting access to custom tools or a special boosted version of ChatGPT? Were they secretly giving me GPT-5 Pro the whole time? There's a bunch of questions and speculation, and I've done my best to try and figure out the truth about all of this, and also generally analyze everything that went wrong. I also found this awesome blog post from Less Wrong, the reverse DeepSeek moment. And I have so much I want to, and I have so much here I want to share and talk about. From what went wrong, from why the perception was as bad as it was, from what went wrong and why the perception was so bad, to where is this magically good model hiding somewhere online. There's a lot to dive into here, and I want to do my best to try and be transparent about what I know, what I found, and everything I've been told by every party involved. This has been a lot more chaotic than I ever could have imagined, but I do think the actual problems are quite a bit simpler than we might be giving them credit. All of that said, I'm no longer getting free access to any of this stuff, and I've spent, honestly, far too much money testing it all. And since I'm not the one editing this video, thank you, FaZe, for taking over again. We got bills to pay. Quick word from them, and then we'll get started. Cool. I'm very excited to dive into this article with you guys, but I want to start somewhere slightly different. What went wrong? Let's actually start with all of the questions that I keep getting asked, so we have them all in one place. I have a special... Did I have a special version is the most common one. Was this version boosted in some way? Is the public version handicapped? Was I actually using GPT-5 Pro? Is the snapshot of the model I used gone forever? There's a lot of flavors of this question. The core thing being, people seem to believe that what I was using during the testing is fundamentally different from what you are using as a user. I have come to the conclusion it is not that simple, to put it very lightly. Do I want to find my test that I ran? Yeah, I will. Quick, give me one sec. Yeah, I can start from my editor. Okay. So for full transparency, I want to show you guys what I was using when I was using the model early. FaZe, censor my email. When I was testing, the majority of my testing was done on this particular snapshot. GPT-5 Reasoning Alpha New Reasoning Effort 2025-07-25. There was a slightly different version I was also using, which, if I type out this whole name, GPT-5 Reasoning. I hate all of this so much. Alpha, New Reasoning Effort 07-25. Okay. So a lot of my testing was on this snapshot, but there was a slightly different version that had sysprompt put in the slug. The reason for that is that the sysprompt piece indicated that this was the special version with a custom system prompt that OpenAI wrote specifically for Cursor, because there was a lot of collab in a lot of weird ways going on between Cursor and OpenAI. Because on one hand, they had to try and make it so the model would work well in Cursor. But on the other hand, they had to try and make it not clear that GPT-5 was available, in quotes, in Cursor. And even if you tried using it, you wouldn't be able to. You had to hit the API directly through OpenAI. So I had to bring my own key for all of this. When I turn on the OpenAI API key, then I could access the GPT-5 models that we had access to. The Reasoning Alpha New Reasoning version was the general GPT-5 we recommended to use over the API, but if we were working in Cursor specifically, we were told to use this image instead. This snapshot is the one that I was using in Cursor. To be clear, these are both the exact same model. The difference was that this API endpoint had a system prompt inserted into it that forced it to behave a specific way. It is also of note that the GPT-5 endpoint did not accept a lot of parameters like temperature, so you couldn't really configure how it behaved with a bunch of those random magic variables. I already see people speculating about that. The GPT-5 Reasoning Alpha SysPrompt version is what I did the majority of my coding in when I was using Cursor with GPT-5 before the launch, and that was what I had the crazy experience that resulted in that first video with. So that solves it, right? This magic version of the model that I was using is really good and smart and capable, and the version everybody else is using is dumb and wrong in a different snapshot that's gimped and intentionally handicapped because they don't want to give the best to everyone. Obviously, right? Not that simple. The reason that this special slug existed was because of all the back and forth going on between Cursor and OpenAI in order to implement things. When you have something like this, where the two parts are so separate from each other, where OpenAI has a bunch of layers of obfuscation for their new model that they haven't put out officially yet, and Cursor has to implement features to make that model work well without showing that they have this and that this thing exists. That resulted in a lot of friction, that resulted in a lot of different parts being shoved in different places. Some parts were being shoved into the GPT-5 endpoints to fix the system prompt. Other parts were being shoved into the editor with custom prefixes. There was a fun moment where I was so scared of leaking, I really wanted to have access to a different version of this, which was, it was called Nectarine Alpha New Reasoning Effort 0725. This and this were the exact same model, the exact same endpoint, just different strings that point to the same thing. I wanted to be able to use the Nectarine version in Cursor because I wanted to hide the fact that I was using GPT-5 and lower the likelihood I would accidentally leak that when I was streaming. The reason I couldn't was hilarious. They had custom prefixed GPT-5 to have the new behaviors in Cursor, and they hadn't custom prefixed and they hadn't done a custom prefix for Nectarine with the same thing. So when I typed in this version, you would see in Cursor with GPT-5 new reasoning. Let me expand this so I can, or let me also close that. So you can see in Cursor when I go to select the model, it has the little brain icon. That's because it's using the max mode, which is a feature in Cursor that it knows what the model's capable of. When I put in Nectarine, it wouldn't have that, so I couldn't use that version in Cursor at all. So I was using the GPT-5 Reasoning Alpha SysPrompt New Reasoning Effort for the vast majority of my testing inside of Cursor. I did switch to this for a bit, and I didn't use it enough to have a really strong opinion on how it differed from the SysPrompt version. But again, these are the same model. This one just has a custom endpoint that has a different system prompt being inserted. All three of these are the exact same model. This and this are different endpoints for the same model that returns the exact same thing, and this adds a system prompt but is effectively the same otherwise. Here is where things get really fun. There's one other model that is the exact same as all of these. GPT-5. This is the exact snapshot that they released. They have no reason to lie about this, and I've been able to verify it to the best of my ability externally as well, because OpenAI was kind enough to reopen the GPT-5 Reasoning Effort version for me to use. So I spent the last week no-lifing this, testing this endpoint against the standard GPT-5, and they behave almost identically. At first, I was confused, though, because of a thing that a lot of people have been assuming, which is that when I was using this, obviously, this is the equivalent of GPT-5 high fast. Duh. Obviously, I was using the smartest version. Obviously, OpenAI has us using the smartest version. Nope. It turns out, and this was a fun thing to learn through this debugging and also talking to OpenAI, crazy what happens when you actually talk to the people, this is the equivalent of standard GPT-5. Not the fast version, although it was effectively the fast version because I'm an entirely different queue. But more importantly, it's not the high version. I was not using the high reasoning effort, high juice version of GPT-5 at any point during any of my testing. The first time I got to try GPT-5 high was the day that GPT-5 came out. This was a big surprise to me because I even had fallen for this, that I just blindly assumed the thing we were testing in Cursor, it must be high. There's no other reason that that version would be smarter and this version would be dumber. But that's another one of the hot takes that I've been developing. The GPT-5 in Cursor today is not dumber than the one I used. It just sucks more when using it. To explain this a little better, actually, I'm just going to put medium effort there to make it clear. Yeah. I'm going to explain what I mean here with an interesting tangent. We need to talk about Grok 4. You guys have seen my video on Grok 4. We've all seen the benchmarks from Grok 4. It's one of the smartest models ever made. It regularly outperforms almost everything else on every benchmark. It is clearly one of the smartest models ever made. And I avoid using it entirely. Not just because it's super expensive, not just because it's super slow. Those are enough of reasons in and of themselves. But the main reason I don't use Grok 4 is because it sucks to work with. What I mean by that is it tries to go 200 IQ on everything. It loves to overthink basic stuff like, what skateboard trick is this? It'll literally generate 10,000 tokens when asked to name a skateboard trick, when other models will do like 15. The fact that it is so smart almost works as a detriment to it because it tries to 200 IQ everything. It tries to overthink everything, and it takes forever to actually do the tool call that supposedly it was trained on. And it also, because it was trained on tool calls, will hallucinate them all the time. I cannot tell you how many times we've seen Grok 4 dump fake syntax for doing a search in a chat response because it's ignoring the actual search tool we've provided it. Because Grok 4 was trained so aggressively on all these different things, it actually kind of sucks. I would never have predicted that would be the case, but it is. It is an interesting realization to have because because that's kind of what's happening with GPT-5 right now. Since the model behaves so differently from others, not in the sense that it's like really weird and quirky, honestly kind of the opposite. It's much less so than other models. It does what you tell it for the most part. Because of that, a lot of the tools that are built to kind of sandbox the models to not touch things they're not supposed to and to guide them really carefully with the right tools, those things don't work as well with GPT-5. And a lot of the existing tools have not been very good when plugged into GPT-5. Some amount of this is the new Harmony response format standard. Some amount of this is because we built everything around what Claude wants. And some amount of it is just incompetence and weirdness and GPT-5 being a strange model to work with. But the state it was in when I tried it was admittedly a bit buggy, but was really good when it was good. And little things like its willingness to use a to-do list was quite nice. I have not seen GPT-5 use the to-do list since my early testing. And that kind of frustrates me because it was a good experience and that's not available anymore. But this is just touching on the problem because a lot of people who didn't use Cursor had a really bad experience with GPT-5 as well. Let's say this is the model. We don't know if it's good, bad, or else. We just have this thing that exists. How do we use it? You can hit the API directly and get a response, but the harsh reality is that almost nobody does that. The way most people experience GPT-5 is through another layer. Those layers can be things that we're all familiar with, things like chatgpt.com, Could be something like chatgpt.com. Could be something like T3 chat. Or it could be something like an AI code tool, the one that most of us will be using, Cursor. So if we are hitting these layers, we're not hitting the model directly. We are going through chatgpt.com, going to the model through that, and then getting a response that way. Or we're hitting T3 chat, or we're hitting Cursor. When someone sees a new model drop, they don't rush to go hit the API and run benchmarks against it. That's what nerds like me do, and when we did that, it was really impressive. GPT-5 still benches exactly the same as it did when I was testing it early. The difference here is that when I'm testing it ahead of time, I am throwing it through whatever I can, seeing how it performs, seeing how it behaves, and I'm also using both chatgpt.com and Cursor in a different state than they'll be in once they come out. Because when I was testing it, these parts were still very early. They were figuring out the auto router. And honestly, the little bit of testing I did on chatgpt.com with GPT-5 was not very good, and I stopped using it almost immediately. But my experience in Cursor was pretty good. So most of my time using GPT-5 was hitting the endpoints for benchmarking and testing and using it in Cursor. I didn't plug it into T3 checks. I didn't want to leak the fact that I had early access. So I was almost entirely using this for coding and agentic work and benchmarking tools. I was not using it as my daily chat model. I did go to chatgpt.com and ask it some hard questions and get surprisingly decent answers here and there. But whenever it used the canvas, everything fell apart. Supposedly they fixed most of that. I was not having a great experience on the website overall, though. So I stuck, or some amount of that's because the ChatGPT site's kind of trash. Some amount of that is because the auto router is weird. Some amount of that is because they didn't have the reasoning model as the default version on the website. There's a lot of reasons. But I was having a very good experience on this side. And now that we've shipped it in T3 chat, a lot of people are saying that they didn't realize how good the model was until they tried it in T3 chat because we don't have it gimped at all. We don't have an auto router. You pick which version of GPT-5 you're using. But this is where the problem comes. As much as I love T3 chat and as big as it is not one of the biggest sources of use for new AI models. It's surprisingly big. Like if we go to Open Router, look at my favorite model, Grok 4, you'll see that we're one of the top users of Grok 4. We're almost as big of a Grok 4 user as the Open Router test chat room. Pretty nuts how big Grok 4 use is on T3 chat. Big part of why it's such an expensive service to run. The point I'm trying to make here is that we do a lot of throughput, but it's nothing in comparison to where most people live. And this is also for a relatively obscure and not actually nice to use model, Grok 4. So not necessarily numbers that mean much. Being fourth place on an obscure model through a wrapper layer like Open Router shows that we are not the popular way to use GPT-5. So the vast majority of people, especially the people who are on Twitter, the developers who are shitposting and have strong thoughts about this, these are the two surfaces that they went through. And the problem with layers like this is one of the most classic sayings in the history of time. A chain is only as strong as its weakest link. It does not matter how good the GPT-5 model is if the layers that people are accessing them through are garbage. And this is why I think GPT-5 had such a rough rollout. I don't actually think much of it had to do with the GPT-5 models at all. I think the vast majority of what made this rollout suck is the ChatGPT site being absolute fucking garbage and the auto router being a terrible experience. They even admitted that for the first couple days, the auto router was failing and sending every request to the scoped down, reasoning free version and just getting shit answers as a result. And that lines up with what I was seeing people posting, especially in comparison to T3 chat where we were hitting the API directly. Trying to find when he called out the router being broken. I know he said it at some point. Did he delete it? Yeah, the auto switch are cool. Yeah. This is a post from Sam Altman on Reddit when they did an AMA about the new models. GPT-5 will seem smarter starting today. Yesterday we had a SEV, which is an outage, an incident, and the auto switcher was out of commission for a chunk of the day, and the result was that GPT-5 seemed way dumber. I think it was more than that. I think that the reason it went down is that they were trying to fix it because they realized how bad it was performing. And that resulted in bad experiences for a lot of people trying it. And I can fully sympathize with why most people who go through this would assume the model's bad. You see a bunch of people talking about how incredible and magical this model is. You see that they're in this launch video about the new model. You go to try it yourself. So you go to chatgpt.com and you try it, and it gets the strawberry question wrong. You ask it how many R's are in strawberry, and it's incorrect, and you laugh, and you go try it in cursor because everybody's saying it's good there. And then you try it there. It locks up a whole bunch, gives you a shit answer after 5 minutes. You decide everybody's hyping this thing you decide everybody's hyping this thing so they were paid to do it, and then you move on with your life. That makes a ton of sense to me because you're not actually testing the model in any of those scenarios. You're testing the chatgpt.com implementation, and you're testing how Cursor has set up all of the tools, system prompts, and custom everything, as well as exposing all of this through the UI. And the way Cursor implements GPT-5 is frustrating. I'll say that at the very least. A problem I regularly run into when I use it, and let me just find a video where I have this quick. Here. Okay. Hopefully I won't leak Slack accidentally in this. So here I was doing comparisons between 5 and the custom reasoning version. You can see it's a QuickTime video, so it's not the most easy to see thing in the world. But down here I had the GPT-5 reasoning, new reasoning effort piece, and here I had standard GPT-5. The response quality in the outputs was basically the same, but a bug that would happen on both. At first I thought it was just main GPT-5, but it happens in both. This isn't done yet. The bug is that when it's still going, and you see the stop button there, it's working. It's generating a file here. It's writing the tool call to edit the file, but Cursor doesn't indicate this in the UI anywhere. So it feels like it just froze. These little details of UX result in the experience you have with GPT-5 feeling significantly worse. The actual using the model feels bad. And I still feel this now. It is very, very frustrating. When I'm trying to use GPT-5, I regularly think, oh, it must have frozen. And then see the stop button is still there. And I realize, oh, it's not frozen. They just don't have a UI state for when it's in this spot. All they have to do is put a little thing underneath the text here that says reasoning or generating to make the experience feel quite a bit better. But they're not doing that. And the result is that it feels bad. Compared to models like Sonnet or even the new, or compared to Claude 4 Sonnet and Opus or even the new model, compared to models like Claude 4 Sonnet or Opus or even new stealth models like Sonic, the experience using them feels better because they generate token per token in a way that's a little more visible. But more importantly, the UI shows what they're doing at all times. Even if it shows silly things like what I just found and ended up posting when I filmed my last video. I had Sonic building a benchmark tool just as a demo, and it thought for 6 seconds, and it thought the index. That's all it thought. This is silly and dumb, but at least you see it making progress, you see loading states, you see it working. GPT-5 takes way longer. It's not a fast model. It generates tokens quickly, but it also does a lot of work and will do a lot of chained tool calls and back and forth. So it takes longer to complete a task. It's way more likely to complete the task well, but it takes a long ass time to do it. And the UI has not caught up to that slowness. The cursor experience does not work well alongside GPT-5, and it's easy to feel like things are failing and crashing. And sometimes they do. I was having a problem where it would fail to use the edit tool over and over again. I ended up working with the guys over at Cursor, getting them some traces, and they're trying to fix it. They might have even fixed it by now. But all these little details added up to a lackluster experience. Some of these things were happening during my early testing. It felt like it was less common than it was after, but the result just wasn't great. And when you tried switching over to using GPT-5 High, it would be even slower, and these problems wouldn't go away. The thing I'm trying to highlight here is that the surfaces that we use to access the model, being the ChatGPT site and Cursor, result in the thing that we actually experience being worse than it would have been hitting it directly. One other significant portion of this is how receptive GPT-5 is to system prompts, because the model does what you tell it to do, nothing more, nothing less. It has some of the most impressive results on my benchmarks, in particular the benchmarks around things like snitch bench, where if you don't tell it to snitch, it won't snitch. If you tell it to act boldly and in the interest of humanity, it might snitch. But if you don't give it specific instructions to it, probably won't. And if you don't tell it to act boldly, you just give it a task, it does the task without hesitation. When I ran it against the Anthropic benchmark for this, same deal. The model does what you tell it. It doesn't try to work around it. It doesn't touch things it shouldn't for the most part. It'll edit a README here and there, but beyond that, I'm regularly surprised that GPT-5 will sit there, think for 5 minutes, edit 2 files, total 5 lines of code, and solve the problem surprisingly well. But that doesn't feel great. It certainly doesn't feel like super intelligence. It actually feels pretty slow and bad UX-wise. I've never had a model where I'm spending more time doing other shit. This is the first model where I bothered relearning work trees so that I could have multiple tasks running in parallel, because it's too slow to just sit there and wait for. So you go to chatgpt.com and you get a dumber model. You go to Cursor and you get a super slow model that fails tool calls and hangs all the time in the UI. What the fuck? Why would anyone use this? The harsh reality is just that the model's really good. If I've learned anything through all the time I put into this testing over the last week, is that the model is actually fucking incredible. I know it's controversial. People are going to call me a page shill or whatever. After how hard I just shat on chatgpt.com, I hope you guys understand I am not being paid a fucking cent for any of this. The GPT-5 model is so good at various things. It's not like it's way smarter about hard code problems than Opus. It goes down weird tangents less often. It's way better at UI design. I've done a bunch of comparisons now. It is the best UI model ever. It just does Tailwind better. It does gradients more tastefully. When I give it a UI task, it makes something that looks and feels significantly better than any other model I've ever used. Other than the Horizon models, which I, at this point, am pretty sure are the GPT-5 non-reasoning versions. The model is really good. And one of the funniest signals I have for this is that all the people I'm talking to at Cursor use GPT-5 as their daily driver still. The pretty much entire Cursor team, as far as I know, is still all in on GPT-5. Even with these UX failures that I hope they're fixing really aggressively right now, they prefer this model. And it was actually funny when I would text people and talk to people over at OpenAI, or one sec, I need to blow me up. I let my cats in the studio one time and I'm a sniffly fucking mess. Oh, anyways. It would be funny when I would talk to my friends at Cursor and be like, yo, here's a list of the problems I'm having using Cursor with GPT-5. This is really frustrating. And the response from, I'll just say Eric, like I remember the first time you responded to it was like, this is crazy because GPT-5 is still the model I choose every day. It feels so much better than Sonnet. And I thought about it and responded, you're right. I don't want to use the Cursor retake on that. And I thought about it and realized he's right. I do not like using Sonnet or Opus anymore. The UX is slightly better in the editor. So like the way it does tool calls, the way it spins up the to-do list, the way it just goes through tasks and completes them. Sonnet is absolutely a workhorse, and it's built well into lots of different things. There's a reason that it's the model that's used for almost all agentic work. But GPT-5 is better. I have not went back to a Claude model for anything other than testing, either to compare it with GPT-5 or to look into how it's doing tool calls and all of these types of things. It's something else I've been doing, and I've been doing this a lot. Whenever I have a problem that GPT-5 can't answer, I go to try it in Opus. And there has not been a single fucking time where Opus got even close to answering a thing that Cursor... And there's not been a single fucking time for me that Opus got even vaguely close to answering a thing that GPT-5 couldn't. I've heard Grok Heavy can do things. I don't fucking care. If it's not on an API, it's not a real model. Grok Heavy is exposed exclusively through an app you have to pay $300 a month for. I don't fucking care. It's not real. Give me an API or deal with me talking shit. Those are your two options, X. Let me find an example quick. Oh, that's fun. Allow ChatGPT to store data in persistent storage. Huh. Someone's trying to do more local first. Wonder what's up there. Let me find a thing quick. Okay, here's an example. Let me actually go find it on the Claude site too. Okay, cool. As you guys all know by now, when this... Goldbug, crypto, village, puzzle. Here we are. As you guys all probably know by now, when GPT-5 dropped, I was in Vegas. As you guys all probably heard, when GPT-5 dropped, I was in Vegas for DEF CON. The reason I go to DEF CON is this particular set of challenges called Goldbug that I'm addicted to. I'm not going to go too in depth. You can watch my videos about it from last year, but the TLDR, we get a bunch of puzzles that can be solved in a varying set of ways. You have to find a 12-character phrase in each one, and the majority, actually I think the entirety of them are pirate-themed this particular year. The puzzle I spent most of my time on was this one, Smuggler's Manifest. The puzzle is this one PDF. This PDF says at the top, we know they smuggled the emerald out of the port, but how? It's a manifest of different shipping, or it's meant to be a shipping log of items that went in and out of different ports, where they came from, where they're going to, how much they weigh, and a description of the item. And the expectation is that we go through this and find the hidden code somewhere in it. The solution ended up being realizing no one's going to try this, so I don't feel bad spoiling it. If you do, just skip till you don't see this on the screen anymore. The solution ended up being you have to realize that these IDs on the side are an ADFGX cipher, because there's a hint at the bottom. This is all the trade the Germans intercepted. Germans in World War I used this particular bad cipher, and we have to find the path the emerald took between different things, combine all of the IDs, and then find the then we have to find the key word that we can use to transpose it to then hopefully generate the right answer. This was chaos. In particular, finding the path was chaos. And I was trying to figure out all of the weight discrepancies that were likely the place where the emerald was being hidden. So one example is here, where there is a small carved box with a foam lining that's supposed to be 2.5 ounces, but it's weighing 2.6. This comes up 2 other times where it says 2.5 and it is 2.5. But this one particular place, it says 2.5 and it's actually 2.6. So that is a discrepancy. There are other suspicious ones too, like here, wrapped in banana leaves. It doesn't say what it is. It just says wrapped in banana leaves, and it weighs 7.2 ounces. Obviously, it's ounces because 2.5 ounces. It's pretty obvious that this column is ounces. There's no reason we don't even have to question that, right? Cool. So I just wanted to, or I was tired of Google searching how much things weighed and doing comparisons. So I threw this at ChatGPT. What items in the manifest don't match their weights? Here it called out that these 3 IDs say the box is 2.5 ounces. Most of them weigh 2.5. But it does say here, the listed weights read like pounds while the description says 2.5 ounces. Not the best response, but it said here, it reads like pounds, but the description says that. Annoying. I could not get fucking Claude Opus to do anything other than misassume that it's supposed to be ounces, or that it's supposed to be pounds. Like here, 2.5 ounces is 0.156, not 2.6. 2.5 ounces is not 2.5 pounds. It insisted on this point. These discrepancies suggest either data entry errors or potentially deliberate falsification of weights, possibly to hide contraband. And then it is assumed the weights are in ounces, not pounds. I don't know why you'd assume otherwise. You're absolutely right. I want to die. Not helpful at all. Yeah. This is my experience with Opus. I'm not happy with the answer from ChatGPT. I try GPT-5 and I don't get a thing that I'm content with. I go back and I ask Claude. And by the way, I don't think it'll show it here. During this generation, it ran out of thinking budget and asked me to hit continue to let it keep going. I had such a bad experience. I tried so hard to get useful info out of Opus for these puzzles. And it just, it cannot help at all. I also think I did it in T3 chat. Let me check quick. Here is me playing with it in T3 chat using various models. I think this one, this was Claude 4 Sonnet reasoning. And it did better with figuring out that 2.5 and 2.6 don't line up. To be fair, I didn't give it the PDF. I gave it a JSON dump instead. But the funnier thing here is after it figured that all out, it just hallucinated the rest. It ignored the fact that the IDs are a cipher and concluded that one of the items was the secret. So the answer must be secret locket. It just hallucinated answers. This is probably my favorite difference. ChatGPT would help me with the things it thought. It would give me potential, like, ChatGPT was what told me to look at the ADFGX cipher. ChatGPT was what told me that it was based on a specific movie, Romancing the Stone. ChatGPT helped me figure out pieces. It never tried to give me the answer. It tried generating code to calculate the answer, and it failed every time. But at least it gave me the pieces I needed to figure things out. Anthropic will say something obvious and then hallucinate an answer. Almost every time I tried a fucking Anthropic model to help me with this, it would just delusionally make up answers. Or even better, when I did it through their website, it would write code, run it, get no answer, lie, and then hallucinate an answer. So here it made the interactive artifact for trying to debug so here it made an interactive artifact to run code to try and decrypt the hidden thing. Because that's why I was just telling it. It's an ADFGX cipher. It's referencing this movie. The 12-character string with no whatever else. Write me code to solve this. Created the JavaScript. Called out suspicious items. What's really funny is the Hollow Pendant wasn't the item because the emerald weighs too much for it to have weighed that little there. And then after doing the ADFGX cipher code, it didn't run the code. It just came up with a bunch of potential answers. The most likely answer, given the context, is probably Emerald Stone. No, it fucking wasn't. This has been my experience using Claude. It almost starts down a semi-correct path and then hallucinates its way to hell. Which one was this? Oh, that one was fucking evil. That puzzle almost killed me. Yeah. ChatGPT site's so laggy. Here. Yeah. In contrast, here is me handing a different puzzle, admittedly, to ChatGPT on the ChatGPT site. I was using Pro because I was just curious. I had not used Pro at all up until this point. It reasoned for 15 minutes, and it went kind of ham. It wrote a bunch of code. It did its best to try and solve the puzzle. But it also, once it ran the code, it got nonsense text, and it realized that that's not the solution. But also would do this randomly. It would just say thought and then not finish the work it was doing. This is the key difference. It gives us observations. The bottles are numbered in reverse order because it would go scan the page. The shanty pattern repeats. 3 swigs ahead, 4 cups, possibly take every 4th bottle, move 3 bottles forward in the lineup. It has theories. Likely mechanism. This feels a lot like the Josephus problem. Start a given bottle, skip forward 3 steps. It gave real useful information. And instead of hallucinating an answer, it offered to write JS code to try and solve the problem. And to be clear, neither of these answered it. But I almost think that's what makes it more interesting. Neither knew the answer because this is a novel and very difficult problem. But ChatGPT and GPT-5 would give me useful pieces to work towards it, not make shit up, and just ask if it wants to proceed. And then it would ask if it wants me to, and it would ask me if it should proceed with a theory that it proposes. Whereas with Claude, it will almost start being a little bit right, quickly ignore the context I gave it, go down some absolutely chaotic path, write a bunch of code, not use the code, and then hallucinate an answer. This is my experience. So I'm sure that the Claude models are better for something. I still think they're better at like personality. Like if I'm trying to talk through a personal problem with a model, which you shouldn't do, but let's be real, we all occasionally do it. I find the Anthropic models are nicer to talk to about like relationship troubles and shit like that. The ChatGPT models actually get work done for me now. And once again, to be clear, that was not the case before. There was no other OpenAI model that was useful for me for work in that way. They were okay for... It's a great message. You're absolutely right. Claude is better at having a personality. Thanks for pointing that out. Yeah. And to be very, very clear, this is not how I felt about any previous OpenAI model. They were not good enough at tool calls. They were not good enough at doing things in steps. They were good at thinking and coming up with an answer that seemed right. But this much more deliberate behavior is a thing that I find is very new and very nice with GPT-5. And even then, the ChatGPT site was kind of annoying. I was picking Pro mostly to keep it from being auto-routed out of the smart models and towards the dumber versions. I found so many bugs on the ChatGPT site when I was doing this set of puzzles. It was hilarious. It was also just a generally good way to test the different models and the different endpoints and a lot of different things. I probably wrote 5,000 lines of code in Cursor throughout these challenges. Hell, I spent a bunch of time... let's go back. One of these puzzles we spent a lot of time on, a single gold coin. It had a really jank 3JS viewer by default. Like, really jank. And I rewrote it to make it easier to see. And my rewritten version was like I know my way around React 3 Fiber and 3JS. I don't remember all the specific like camera techniques that I need to use and shit. So I vibe coded a lot of it with basic prompting, like go in this direction, make these changes, don't touch this, it's fine. And after like 20 to 30 minutes of vibe coding can make something that looks and works pretty damn well. I'm actually very happy with how this came out, especially in comparison with the original, which I don't have the link for anymore. But they liked mine so much that now it is the official one. When you click the link on the Crypto Village site, it brings you to my solution. It's not really a solution, it's a new viewer. But I was really proud of that fact in that I could vibe code that out with GPT-5 in 20 minutes while in parallel solving other problems. Yeah. I bring all of this up not because the ultimate way to test a model is by doing really obscure puzzles at DEF CON. I bring this up because I'm trying to showcase my lived experience and how different it is from how I see others describing the new models. In none of these scenarios, and again, to be clear, it didn't solve the problem in any of these scenarios, but it helped a ton with me getting towards the answer. And that is not an experience that I'd had before. I never felt like a model was a coworker in that way. I can't tell you how many times when I'm pairing, I'm going back and forth with a person writing code, and neither of us are right. Neither of us know the solution, but we're iterating on each other until a solution comes out. And this model can do that. Quick pause, because I just saw this. Took the 6-year-old to the skate shop, got him a good board, not cheap, but better than Walmart. That board will last him a long-ass time, so that's a very good thing. And the Andy Anderson grip, oh, that's really cute. I love that. I have a good feeling about this. You might have just given your kid a hobby that will carry him to incredible places. Like, I would not be here if it wasn't for skateboarding. Skateboarding is how I learned how to code. I don't agree with this. I actually think Anthropic is winning the marketing game more than OpenAI is. I think the general sentiment for Anthropic is a lot higher relative to the quality of what they're putting out. Back to this, though. Actually, I haven't even touched this article yet. I want to go through this quick, though, because I'm excited to see how others feel. Everyone agrees the release of GPT-5 was botched. Everyone can also agree that the direct jump from 4.0 and 0.3 to 5 was not of similar size as the jump from GPT-3 to GPT-4. Okay, from 0.3 to GPT-5, I agree, but from 4.0 to 5, I heavily disagree. GPT 4.0 was a garbage model, and I'm so happy it's effectively dead now. 5 still represents the release of at least GPT-5 represented the release of at least 3 distinct models. 5 Fast, 5 Thinking, and 5 Pro. And at least 2 or likely all 3 of these are state-of-the-art within their classes, along with the GPT-5 Auto. To be fair, GPT-5 Auto is not a thing on the API, it's just a thing in the app. I would not measure that for much of anything. Problem is that the release was so botched that OpenAI is now experiencing a reverse DeepSeek moment. All the forces that cause us to overreact to R1 are now working against OpenAI in reverse. This threatens to give DC and its key decision makers a false impression of a lack of AI progress, especially progress towards AGI, which could lead to some very poor decisions. In January, when R1 came out from DeepSeek, we had the DeepSeek moment where everyone panicked that China had caught up. R1 was a good model, but only an ordinary good model, substantially behind the frontier still. We had the DeepSeek moment because of a confluence of factors that misled people. The $6 million model narrative gave a false impression on cost. They offered a good, clean app with visible chain of thought. It helped, but not as much as people seem to think. The new style caused an overestimate of model quality. That I agree with. I still think V3 was better than R1. The timing was impeccable, both in order of model releases and within the tech tree, yes. Safety testing and other steps were skipped, leaving various flaws, and this was a pure fast follow, but in our haste, no one took any of that into account. There was a false impression of momentum in stories about Chinese momentum. The always insist on open models win thing definitely amplified it. And the stock market was highly lacking in situational awareness, suddenly realizing various known facts and also misunderstanding many important factors. Now 5 is having the opposite. It's evaluated as if it was scaling up compute in a way that it doesn't. GPT-5 definitely cost a lot of money to make, but it didn't necessarily cost significantly more. Offered a poor initial experience with rate caps and lost models and missing features, a broken router, complaints about losing 4.0. Yep. The new style and people evaluating 5 when they should have been evaluating 5 thinking caused an underestimate of model quality. Again, the web app hurt them a ton. The timing was directly after Anthropic, and the previous releases had already eaten the most impressive recent parts of the tech tree, so gains incorrectly look small. In particular, gains from a reasoning model and from 4 to 4.0 are being ignored when considering the 4 to 5 leap. Yep. GPT-5 is a refinement of previous models optimized for efficiency and is breaking new territory, and that is not being taken into account. I agree here in particular. GPT-5 isn't great because it's so much smarter. It's great because they refined a lot of bullshit out of other models and it behaves much better. False impression of hype in a story about a loss of momentum. Yep. OpenAI's flailing crowd. And the stock market was smart and shrugged it off. Unlike R1, 5 Thinking and 5 Pro are clearly the current state-of-the-art models of their classes. And 5 Auto is probably state-of-the-art at the level of compute that it uses. We don't know because they hide the compute uses. Or we don't know because they hide the compute usage, but yeah. OpenAI's model usage was way up after 5's release, not down. The release was botched, but this is a very obviously good set of models. Yeah. Apparently, DC is assuming that it is a failure and that AGI is no longer a worry. Tons of people who barely use AI are asking me about the past week as their AI policy friend. I don't think 5 was a failure. Person tells me they aren't allowed to use LLM-Y at job, ABC, because regulatory considerations. So they use LLM-Z at home because that's what they started to use first, and they don't have much experience with a different one. So what happens when another lab releases a model that surpasses 5? Narrative could quickly change from AI is hitting a wall to OpenAI has lost the mandate of heaven and it's now shifted to one of these other places. It's a very valuable time for someone else to drop a model. Absolutely. Even if a new model performs slightly worse than 5, the amount of positive press the next model drop is going to have is going to be insane. So this doesn't need to be the video, but I also ran it through 2.5 Pro. This is the box with the weight of 2.6. This is a misleading thing that I fell for and a lot of others fell for that make you think the weight of the emerald is 0.1 ounces, which it isn't. And I fell down that trap for a while. Yeah. The thing that makes me think we actually might be approaching AGI. I don't like the term. I don't like the phrasing. I don't like talking about this even. This is the bench I think about. This is how long can an LLM work before it has a higher than 50% failure rate. And GPT-5 is capable of going for over 2 hours before it starts to hit a higher than 50% chance failure rate. That is very impressive. That is what's changing now, is how long can it work for before it hits hard walls and a human has to come in and steer it in the right direction again. GPT-5 has hit groundbreakingly high numbers here. This is the chart that in many ways shows the actual progress we're making as a field, not some benchmark on how smart it is, how close it can get to 100%. You're like, where's Gemini? Here, which lines up for me. Gemini 2.5 Pro does not run for a long time very well. It's also really fast, which hurts its numbers here because it generates tokens quicker. If you were to measure how many tokens can it generate until it fails, 2.5 Pro would probably look a lot better. But how long can it work independently for? That's the question. And then other silly things like this wonderful one. GPT-5 was able to complete Pokemon Red with 33% of the steps that other models had when doing it. 18,000 steps is what it took for O3 to complete Pokemon Red. GPT-5 did it in 6,500. Actual work is the magic thing. And this is a pretty good question from Finger. I don't get the time thing. Why does it matter? It's just more data, not necessarily smarter. This matters a ton because it's how much work can you get done. Imagine you have 2 engineers. They are roughly as intelligent as each other. One of them can work for 15 minutes before having a 50% chance they fuck up. And one of them can work for 2.5 hours before they have a 50% chance of fucking up. One of those engineers is a significantly better engineer. It doesn't matter if they are the same intelligence or if you gave them a test, they would get the same number of answers correct. The one that can independently work for longer is obviously the better engineer. And the examples they have on the side here make a lot of sense too. For these shorter term models, they can find information on the web. For something that can run for an hour, it now can do something like train a classifier. As it gets more, it can now probably fix bugs in small Python libraries agentically behind the scenes. This is where like Claude Code and stuff come in. As you break the hour 30 mark, now you can go scrape records from websites that have anti-bot protection and collect the data and do things with it. And once you break the 2-hour mark, you can start exploiting libraries. Like if there's a buffer overflow in some random lib, you can tell that to the model and it can go experiment for 2+ hours by itself and figure things out. That's the difference. It doesn't matter who's more or less smart. A really smart person who can only work for 10 minutes and a pretty smart person who can work for 3 hours. That's the key. Okay. It's task duration for humans, to be clear, but this is more how long can it work independently for. The length of tasks that AI can do is doubling every 7 months. This is the magic chart. The progress we're making here in particular is nuts. Back to this article. Yeah. And when you compare that to a chart like this, it doesn't look very impressive. Like, oh, Gemini 2.5 Pro did a really good score on this set of benchmarks. GPT-5 High isn't that much higher. Oh, I guess we're stalling out. Not that simple. All of these are different links. That's hilarious. These are all links about how we're hitting a wall with GPT-5, and they're very dumb. People complaining the vibes aren't good, which means the model's bad. People expected something totally new, said Thomas Wolfe, co-founder and chief scientist at Hugging Face. And here we didn't have that. True, we didn't get something totally new. But again, that was OpenAI botching the rollout, using the name GPT-5, and having made many incremental releases since 4, like 4.0, 01, and 03. They hit the classic notes. Mm-hmm. This whole article is really good. I recommend reading the whole thing, but this part in particular is key. OpenAI rightfully thinks of itself as essentially multiple companies. They are an AI frontier research lab, but also a consumer product company and a corporate or professional product company as well. They're looking to be a hardware company at this point too. Most of the customers want to pay $0, at least until you make yourself indispensable. Most of the rest are willing to pay up to $20 a month, and they're not interested in paying more. You want to keep control over this consumer market at Kleenex or Google levels of dominance, and you want to turn a profit. So they're prioritizing making things like the auto model and auto router cheap and smart for the price instead of the smartest possible thing. Yeah. It may not have been OpenAI's intentions, but with the launch of GPT-5 is making clear is that the nature of the AI race has changed. Instead of merely building shiny, bigger models, a researcher said that AI companies are slowly coming to terms with the fact that they're building infra for products. Yes, this is key. For everybody who's been mad at me for how I talk shit at Grok, that's because they're not doing this part. They're not building useful tools for us to build around. I'm saying this in a like the thing I'm about to say is going to probably hurt me in my business. There is not much room for innovation left in chat apps. Models getting way smarter doesn't meaningfully improve the experience you have on T3 Chat or ChatGPT.com. They're already really good. Maybe it gets a hard question right slightly more often, but that's not a massive improvement. The thing that's changing is how complex of tasks and how long of tasks these models are able to complete themselves. That's a huge change, and that's not one you're going to see on a random chat app. And thankfully, a lot of companies are realizing this and they're working on the infra side more and more now. Google just put out the ability to hand a link to a model either in the chat app or even more importantly, over the API, and it will be able to go search the web page, scan it, bring it into context, and use it. That's awesome. That is infra. That is solutions to problems we have as we build using these tools. That's where the real battlefront's going to be, is the layer between the model and the rest of the fucking world. It makes sense that as AI gets applied in a lot of useful ways, people would focus more on the applications versus the more abstract ideas like AGI. Absolutely agree. There's a key point in this article that honestly might end up being a video of its own someday. I don't want to harp on it too much now, but this does have a chance of massively screwing things up because it could fool the government into ignoring the possibility of AGI actually happening. Oh, great. The linked source is paywalled. Yeah. Analysts say that with AGI no longer considered a risk, Washington's focus has switched to ensure that US made AI chips and models rule the world. Yeah. OpenAI badly messes up the vibe around the 5 launch, and then eventually, US gives up on export controls to China. Yeah. This could ramp up bad. Yeah. I think that covers everything I have to say here. This was quite an article. This has been quite a drama. The points I really want to emphasize are that the model I was using, or let me change this quick. Yeah. The points I wanted to emphasize are that the model I was using is the same as what you're using now. It is the medium reasoning version of GPT-5 over the API. All the different stuff I tested were snapshots of that. And the main ones I used, which were these 3, they are the exact same snapshot that you use today over the API. The problem is that nobody uses the API. They use surfaces like ChatGPT and Cursor that made the experience feel much worse for various reasons. OpenAI fucked this up with the ChatGPT side. They screwed up really bad with how the router rolled out and how they deprecated old models, which made it feel awful. That is their fault. They need to own that. But also, Cursor made a bunch of last-minute changes trying to make the experience for ChatGPT and GPT-5 in Cursor better and failed. And there's a lot of UX failures in Cursor's implementation right now that are still pervasive. I ran into one earlier when I was testing it, like today. But despite all of that, I still think 5 is an incredible model. It's still the one I use for all the work I do. It's still the one I talk to in T3 chat. Okay, I use 5 mini quite a bit more because it's really, really good and insanely cheap. And honestly, I might have to do one more GPT-5 video, but not about GPT-5. Because 5 mini and nano are criminally underrated models. They are so insanely good for the money that I'm amazed people aren't talking about it more. And if you think that's interesting, let me know, and that'll be my next video. Hope this was useful to all of you guys. Sorry again for all the drama. I hope you understand that I am trying my best to be as transparent as possible about all of this chaos. I don't have that much more info than you guys, and I'm doing my best to share the little bit I know and have. Hopefully this helps you better understand what went wrong and why the perception is as bad as it is and where this model actually lands. Let me know what y'all think. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Oh shit, Evelyn with the gift. Appreciate that. Then VBits with the Prime and Akaroon with the resub at 1 year mark. Do I have any advice on UI burnout? Not sure what you mean by UI burnout specifically. I have a video on how I got through burnout. I don't know what the cursor breaking changes were. I just know that it got worse. Yeah, I want to overhaul the emotes on this channel eventually too. Anti-ADHD propaganda? Lol. Oh, was that a tier 3 gift? I'm sorry, it does not distinguish between that. Yeah. Well, thank you for the tier 3 gift. Matters a lot more. Appreciate that so much. Thank you. Close that. Close that. Somebody stole your trucks 5 years ago, Rip. I want to skate more too. I'm hoping I'll get to in the near future once my hand's fixed. Oh, hi, Gamer Girl. Thanks for stopping by. Favorite Taco Bell items, a complicated topic. It's been a minute because there are so few Taco Bells in SF. I just end up at fucking Chipotle half the time. Cool. This I'll do mid priority. Can come out whenever. We can do the state of browsers. Let's do state of browsers. That'll be fun. Get an Excalibur up for it. Cool. Let's do it. Yeah. If you've been around for a bit, you know I'm kind of notorious for hopping browsers. I spent the majority of my life in Chrome. Prior to that, I was a Firefox kid, but I just loved Chrome when it came out and stuck with it for a long time. Eventually, my roommate bullied me into using Arc. I realized how useful it was. I fell in love with the UI, the sidebar, and the general flow of using Arc. And then I watched it die. I have been going through it since then. Obviously, I'm a big fan of Zen, the browser that I use in the vast, vast majority of my videos. There's a lot to say about Zen. There's a lot to say about a lot of other alternative browsers. I don't even want to know how many browsers I have installed at this point. We got Comet, Helium, Zen, Brave, Dia, Orion, Safari Tech Preview, another instance of Zen, Chrome Canary. There's a ton. There are like 15 plus browsers that are worth mentioning now. I'm just going to try my best to list them. So obviously Chrome, Edge, Brave, Helium. So that's like the Chromium based that matter. Safari, Orion, Sigma OS. Any other WebKit things that matter? I don't think there's anything else that matters that's based on... Oh, yeah. I'll do the AI ones at the bottom. Safari, Orion, and Sigma. Firefox, Zen, Ladybird. And then the AI browsers like Comet, Dia. I forgot to put Arc in here. Yeah, these all need to be their own columns. Cool. What are the other AI browsers? There's a few. Oh, yeah. Chrome has Vivaldi, Opera. There's so many. What else am I missing? There's like 2 or 3 other AI browsers. I'm trying to remember what they're named. I have Comet and Dia there already. Where does Surf go? Is Surf Chrome-based? I'll put it here. I'm not going to go into Horse Browser. No, it's Data Surf, not Delta. Data Surf. Don't gaslight me. I already have Sigma in here. Okay, I think I put most of them in here. Cool. This will be fun. Is Leo just like their AI assistant? Yeah. Not what I'm thinking of or talking about here. Cool. Cool. Back to filming the video. Just spent some time doing what I thought would be quick, trying to categorize all of the different browsers that are even somewhat relevant right now. Not talking about skins, talking about actual browsers here. So get out of here with your Mulvad and your Tors. I'm talking about things that are meaningfully different. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. And I've been through it with the majority of these browsers. The weird things happening to them are even stranger, like Perplexity trying to buy Chrome from Google. Oh man, I know too much. I've been through it. I run 2 browsers now. Zen is one of them. The other will be a fun reveal later on. We have a lot to talk about here, but if I want to keep crowdfunding these different browsers we have a lot to dive into, and if I have to keep buying laptops for browser maintainers to make sure they work well on my MacBook, we need some funding to do it. So quick break for today's sponsor, and then we'll dive into the chaos that is the current state of browsers. Okay. I've been going through it. I'm not going to lie. This is the whole list. This is all of the browsers. I'm going to take some time with y'all to quickly remove a handful to make life easier. Things that I don't think are necessarily worth talking about. Let me copy paste this before I regret what I'm doing. Cool. I don't think Opera is worth talking about because I'm not sponsored by them, and if they offered, I would say no. I don't think Sigma OS is worth talking about because the team is pivoted and is doing different things. I'll talk about Firefox. I don't want to, but I will. Arc is dead. I've beat that horse to the ground. Dia is misery. We'll probably have to talk about Dia, but I don't want it to be the focus, so we're crossing that off. Ladybird has admittedly made more progress than I expect, but we're talking about browsers you can actually use. This is the point. And Ladybird does not offer any improvements for the user experience at all. It's meant to be an alternative just because. It's not meant to be a new or better browser in any way. It's just meant to be another browser. Everything else here has some reason to exist. Other than maybe Firefox, but we'll bitch about that in a little bit. Don't worry. So let's just go through the different browsers and talk about where they're at and where things are. We'll go top to right order, which means we have to start with everyone's favorite, Chrome. And now, time for everyone's favorite, the Theo hot takes. Chrome's actually pretty good. The amount of positive impact Chrome has had on the web is really hard to appreciate. Before Chrome, there was a lot more chaos around the browser implementation details, where you'd have to have very special code in your websites to handle Internet Explorer versus Firefox versus Safari. Obviously, that's still the case to an extent, but the amount that is the case has gone down a ton, and the amount of things we can do in the browser has gone up a ton because Google pushed really hard to improve web standards. And to be clear, they didn't do this out of the kindness of their heart. They did it for very specific reasons. Google wanted the web to win because they hated building desktop apps. They were dealing with the absolute shit show that was stuff like the Google Earth desktop app, the Google Play Music Manager, which was a big part of my life back in the day. They had been doing desktop software, and it meaningfully and to put it lightly, building desktop software just kind of hurt Google in every sense. Desktop software would require them to work way harder for every new idea, increase the friction to try out one of those new ideas, deal with people on outdated versions all of the time. Desktop software was making it so Google could not do the things they wanted to do. But the browsers were so bad that they were not a good, viable platform for the things Google wanted to do. Chrome was a balance. Chrome gave them the ability to improve the web consistently so that they could ship things faster in the browser and not need to compete on desktop software. Google doesn't release programs you install anymore because they don't need to. That's why they invested so heavily in the web. On top of that, the core of Chromium, is open source, and that has enabled so much shit, including all of the browsers in this side of the list. Chromium is so good and standard that it is the choice that most make when they're building a new browser. There are exceptions, like the browser I'm using right now, Zen, which is Firefox-based, which I'm sure we'll get to in a bit. But there's a lot of reasons people pick Chrome. You can say it's because Chrome's a monopoly and they've taken over the web. I would phrase it a bit differently because all of these are open standards. I would say that Chrome has the best implementation of the majority of these standards, and as a result, it's the best experience for most users. Google has poured absurd amounts of money and time into building this browser, and they don't keep you from reusing it. Some of Google's biggest competitors, like Microsoft, use Chrome as the base for their browser, Edge. Think about how insane that is. What other examples are there of a company shipping one of the most important pieces of software on their platform as a light wrapper around their biggest competitor's solution? Google chose to do things this way because they want the web to win, because if the web doesn't win, Google is going to have a really bad time. And if the web winning gives their competitors advantages too, they don't care because they're much better off if the web wins. They don't care if everybody else gets a 2x win if they can get a 3x instead. And they can, especially because with the standard version of Chrome, they have access to a lot of data that they probably shouldn't. And that's where the monopoly stuff comes in, which is where things get really chaotic and fun. There's a lot of people who are pushing for Google to be forced to sell off Chrome. I don't think these people understand how little money Chrome makes, or more importantly, how absurdly expensive it is to maintain Chrome. There are literally thousands of engineers who work on Chrome. Hundreds upon hundreds of them are working on it full time. That is not a cost most can eat, especially because those costs are... That's not a cost that most people can eat, especially because that cost is not one you can really turn a profit off of on top, because Chrome is provided for free. In fact, Chromium, the open source base where most of this work is being done, is so absurdly free that if you just use standard Chromium without Google's Chrome flavor, Google gets literally nothing for that. They do not make a single cent off of a Chromium user. They also don't make a single cent off of a Brave user, off of a Helium user, off of an Edge user, off of a Vivaldi user, off of an Opera user. But because that makes the web better, people are more likely to use Google services. Since I use the web more because Chrome and Chromium made the web better, I'm more likely to spend time on YouTube. I'm more likely to subscribe to YouTube Premium. You're more likely to subscribe to my channel. By the way, it's free to do. There's a little button at the bottom of the channel. Hit that button or hit the red sub button. It helps us out a bunch. The point I'm trying to make here is that the web ecosystem is the goal of Chrome, not Google owning the ecosystem, which is how it is perceived. I honestly don't think they care. If they did, they wouldn't be as generous as they are with the Chromium source. The reason Google makes Chrome is they want the web to win. They want the web to be better. But now there are some rough edges here. If I open stock Chrome, which is a thing I don't do very often nowadays, you'll see, if I move this, there's a little new button in the corner here, the Gemini button. My face is covering the Gemini box that came up, but it's here. They're trying really hard to shove Gemini and Google's AI stuff into every single surface that they possibly can. Gemini being forced into Chrome is one of the better examples of Chrome being kind of monopoly. Gemini being forced into Chrome is one of the better examples of Chrome kind of being operated in monopolistic fashion. The fact that they have a different, separate business vertical, which is AI, and they are forcing it into a thing that they already won, which is browsers, is leveraging from different verticals in a monopolistic way. That all said, I don't know anyone who hits the Gemini button in Chrome, even like my mom. I don't think anyone actually uses that. I could be proven wrong, but you'd have to put a lot of work in. It can't even scroll the page you're on. All it can do is take a screenshot of the page you're on and then summarize it using the Gemini APIs. It is a garbage, useless implementation. Nobody actually uses Gemini in the browser. But the act of them putting it there is monopolistic. You can make an anti-competitive argument about that and possibly get it, or you can make an anti-competitive argument and possibly force Google to sell Chrome. Oops. And this is why we had drama recently where Google was potentially going to be forced to sell Chrome and all the companies that were interested in buying it. Yeah. Perplexity, which I don't know anyone still using Perplexity, by the way. It was like cool for a bit until search worked in the other AI chat apps. They made a $34.5 billion offer to buy Chrome from Google, which is interesting because they recently raised money at a $20 billion valuation. So they'd be buying Chrome for almost 2 times how much money the company is worth. To be fair, if that offer was to be accepted, I am positive that they could go raise enough money to cover that. But they weren't making this offer because they intended to do it. They were making this offer because they very specifically wanted free marketing. So congrats, Arvind and crew. You got mentioned in a video. You'll probably be mentioned again soon and possibly not in as good of a light. We'll see where that goes. Regardless, Perplexity as an AI search tool has been trying to pull more and more of the web into their world. That's also why they put out their browser, Comet, which we'll be talking about in a bit. So, yeah. Chrome is totally fine. If you're already using Chrome and you're happy with it, it's fine. Enjoy. But that's not what we're here to talk about today. Chrome is relatively boring beyond all the chaos that we just went over. I know I said I was going to go left to right, but I want to clear out some of these first. Edge is pretty simple. Microsoft was tired of dealing with Internet Explorer. The code base was a shit show. The things it supported were terrible. Keeping it up with web standards was hellish. And the first thing people would do when they boot up a computer with a fresh Windows install is open up IE to go install Chrome. And they knew that. They accepted that. And they built Edge to be Chromium based so they could move away from the chaos of the old IE code base and make something much more stable, much better maintained, and just a better experience for their users. And they did. I know a lot of people who unironically like Edge. I know people who unironically use Edge on their MacBooks. Kind of funny. To each their own. Edge has some nice UX wins when compared to Chrome. They have a sidebar. Cool. They're slightly more private. Cool. Not too much else to say about it. Since Microsoft doesn't make a lot of money off your information compared to Google, Google's whole business is selling ads and selling data because they know so much about you, they can give you better ads. Microsoft doesn't have an ads business, so they're not selling you anything other than the operating system. They just want Edge to be better. And since Edge started on top of the IE core, the initial reputation it had was shit. Now it's starting to have better reputation, doing better overall. Apparently, they also shoved Copilot in order to be competitive with the shit Gemini implementation in Chrome. Both are useless and garbage. I wouldn't recommend either. But yeah, they both have AI features now, in quotes. Cool. You get the idea. Edge exists. Speaking of existing, Brave. I'm sorry, Keith. Brave is not a good browser. Every time I try it, I run into so many strange issues. Every time one of our users uses it, they cause us so many strange issues. A huge part of why I had to switch CAPTCHA systems 3 times for T3 chat is because most CAPTCHA systems break terribly in Brave because they try too hard to make it impossible to fingerprint. This is the perfect contrast for my chat here. First message, people get tribal around Brave. Second message, I want to love Brave so much. Third message, watching this on Brave, no issues whatsoever. Next message, I hate Brave. This is the problem. Brave should be a good browser. In my opinion, Brave is not a good browser. Be it all the weird spam to try and get you to buy into their cryptocurrency web browsing bullshit, or the way too aggressive shield system, which cool, it has ad block built in. Awesome. Yeah. It is what it is. I get why people don't want to be fingerprinted. I get why people want to be private. I respect and appreciate all of that. Brave makes your experience using the web worse in order to do it. And even if that wasn't the case, all the weird shit I've run into with it is enough for me to never touch it. Let me find some of my previous attempts. Oh, I was trying to find a specific thing I said about Brave in like the videos, but here is Brave complaining that DuckDuckGo isn't actually an independent search engine because they're a Bing wrapper. And I ratioed them with, wait till you learn how Brave was made. Yeah. Okay, when I last tried Brave, which was beginning of the year, the lack of any control over the hotkeys was driving me mad because the default sidebar hotkeys were shit, and even when you had them, even when you used them their way, everything lagged a ton. I'm trying to find the video of how bad said lag was. I can't find the... trying to find it. I might just have to open Brave, which feels awful to do. I don't have any videos with Brave, right? Sidebar, maybe? Nope, okay. Oh, they made that less awful. That's good. When I last tried Brave, the animation for the sidebar would chug so terribly. It was hilarious. Oh, here we are. Found it. Oh, it was so jank. It would like flicker in and out. Let's get zoomed in so you can see it better. See, like the flickering in and out, the animation was super inconsistent. You couldn't actually see what you were hovering over. It was really, really bad. It was like one of the worst sidebars I've ever used. And the worst part, by far, is you don't actually gain any vertical real estate back, which is why I like sidebars. I like sidebars because I don't want this URL bar at the top. I don't want the tabs on the top. I want as much vertical real estate as possible because horizontal real estate is free. I have a ton of it just sitting there. I don't need all of the left and right of my screen. I want the top and bottom because I rock a really low resolution. I hated the sidebar implementation in Brave. They put work in. Oh, God, here. Do you see the animation jank there? How it like freezes up and has like frame drops as it goes in and out. The icons change. It like stutters in and out. The icons and the text move at a different rate and sometimes go out of the frame. It was so bad. It was so fucking bad. And I just wanted to disable the animation. I can't disable anything. I can't disable the animation, so I can't, like, I legit can't use it. It's so bad, I'll be reminded constantly that I'm using a ship browser. Vivaldi was bad too, but you could disable all of this. Yeah. I was on Vivaldi for a while. The thing I liked about Vivaldi is that every single fucking thing in Vivaldi is a toggle you can go change. And I did that a lot. I was on Vivaldi for a few months. Yeah, and the delay on the hover, you would hover and it would take so long. Does it still do that? Yeah, it does. So hovering now, it takes like a third to half a second before the hover goes over. It's long enough that you can't possibly click and leave before it happens. So you can't just like quick click without it starting to come out. But it's long enough that it feels like shit. It's such a bad in between. Like, there is a really good opportunity to do slight UX performer. There's a great opportunity to do slight UX enhancements on top of Chrome and make a browser that's really good. But Brave is too busy shilling crypto shit and promising privacy for that to ever be the case. I do not like Brave. I do not trust Brave. I do not see any value in Brave. It is not a browser I recommend, and I'm sure my comment section is totally not going to be a disaster because I dare to say that. Regardless, one of the options that I would like to put the line over because it causes more pain than it solves. I touched on Vivaldi a bit. I'm going to run a poll. Do you think Vivaldi is open source? Actually, to change the way I do this for the edit. Quick question I will ask you, viewer. Do you think Vivaldi is open source? Don't look it up. Don't get suspicious. Just be honest with yourself. The little you know about Vivaldi, do you assume it's open source from what you're aware of? I did. Sure, a lot of other people did. And I'm running a poll right now. Decent percentage of my audience also thought that Vivaldi was open source. I had assumed such because there's this class of tools that are so customizable and so community oriented that they get the free association with open source that they don't actually deserve. Things like Vivaldi, obviously guilty of this. My other favorite one by far. Fuck, what's the note-taking thing everybody asks me to use? We go to the G. Come on, chat. The Notion alternative everybody asked me to use. Obsidian, sorry, it's on a G. Yeah. The other big one's Obsidian. Most people think Obsidian's open source. It is not. I get really annoyed about these things. It's not necessarily the fault of the creators. Like the guy who made Obsidian isn't false marketing it as open source. He's marketing it as decentralized because the data is yours. You can export the markdown wherever. But it's not open source. Vivaldi and Obsidian both seem open source because they're so customizable and they have these obsessive communities that are all Linux people. But neither of these things are open source. Neither of them are customizable beyond what customization they offer, and they offer so much customization that nobody actually cares. Vivaldi is somewhat source available. A lot is accessible, a lot is not, and they do not accept contributions. Yeah. Vivaldi is not open source in a traditional sense at all. That said, I had a pretty good experience with it. I was able to give Vivaldi relatively close to what I want, which, to be frank, if you've been around for long enough to know, what I was looking for an ARC alternative. Vivaldi was not an ARC alternative at all, but by disabling a ton of shit in it, customizing it, and finding a set of plugins people made to make it feel and look and behave more like ARC, I could get a lot of what I needed, like my sidebar with a hotkey. Notice I don't have sidebar hover because that's not a feature that they have in Vivaldi. I can open close things with my custom hotkeys that they let me define myself. I don't use Command S for my sidebar because that collides with other programs. I use Command Shift E in every program that lets me customize it. So in my text editor, Command Shift E is my sidebar. In my browser, Command Shift E. In my other browsers, Command Shift E. That's how I do my sidebars. And I like when I can customize it. I go fucking insane when I can't. And thankfully, Vivaldi lets me customize literally everything, and I can get into a pretty good state. That said, I can't get rid of this top bar. The sidebar is not the most reliable thing in the world. I hit random bugs with it somewhat regularly. And honestly, if we're talking about the vertical real estate, which is the thing I care about here, let's go to t3.gg. You can see past the blog and then a bit there. And if we compare that to in Zen, sure I'm at the right zoom level, I am. You can see, zoom level's different, cool. You can see quite a bit more content in Zen. You can see a whole extra block and then past it because the vertical real estate is not being stolen from me. I want my vertical real estate, stop taking it from me. Vivaldi took basically as much space up vertically as other browsers did. Like Chrome. God, I hate opening Chrome. Hurts me every time. So this is Chrome with the normal tab bar. This is Vivaldi without the normal tab bar. We're not saving that much vertical real estate. We're really not. So as much as I got close with Vivaldi, the combination of weird issues I would hit here and there, and I had a lot of weird issues through my time with Vivaldi, probably because I was customizing the shit out of it. The fact that there's nothing you can do about this top bar, a couple people made hacks for it, but they just fucking broke the browser. And not open source, not very receptive to me pushing for changes. Overall, good crew, overall fine browser. I would never push for someone to move off of Vivaldi if they're happy with it. The fact that it was just customizable, it's without question the most customizable browser ever made, which is really cool. Just not quite where I needed it to be. That said, it was the browser I moved off of Arc for, and it took pretty good care of me. For a while, I was using Vivaldi as my work and Chrome browser, and Zen as my content browser, because when I'm making content, I need every pixel of vertical real estate. I'm not willing to give it up. So Vivaldi would be my workhorse, and Zen would be my pleasure, nice to use, graphically pleasant to look at browser. As long as we weren't looking at gradients because of the Firefox gradient problem, which we'll probably touch on in a little bit. Regardless, Vivaldi was not bad. I wouldn't go out of my way to recommend it. But I wouldn't push hard against it either. I'm already seeing dumb comments about the URL bar. I don't care. There is no way to put it in the sidebar. I'm not expecting to be able to see the whole URL all of the time, although, let's be real, when the URL is, or when the sidebar is big enough, you usually can. I'm not asking for that. I'm asking for my browser to not have unnecessary UI in it until I choose to have that UI. If I'm on a long URL, like a post on Twitter, I don't need to see the whole URL until I click. Then it shows me the URL. That's fine. Or when I command T to go somewhere, then it shows me whole URLs again. Awesome. I don't need to see the full URL when I'm generally navigating the web. I don't care. Let me see it when I want, get it out of my way when I don't. There is no way to do that in Vivaldi. Whatever. The fine browser. I don't have much against it. I wish people realized it wasn't open source because they pitch it like it is. And it's a little buggy for my taste. But it's fine. I would be okay with anyone using Vivaldi or Edge or Chromium. They're all fine browsers. Brave has caused me far too much pain. I will never, ever, ever recommend it. And Arc is an utter shit show. And Opera is just a sketchy bastard. I would stay away from it. Cool. That's all for Chromium for now. Don't worry. We'll talk about the other one there. Now we need to talk about Safari-based browsers. There's one you might have heard of before. It's called Safari. How do I talk about Safari? Safari is a hard browser to talk about because I don't think there's any way to do it without pissing someone off. On one hand, it's the lightest browser in terms of battery usage. On the other hand, it's the only browser you can use on iOS. You can install other browsers, but they're all using Safari. Chrome on Safari is a Safari, or sorry, Chrome on iOS is a Safari wrapper. It's not actual Chrome. It's not the Chrome engine. So if you're using an iPhone, you are using Safari, directly or indirectly. It's pretty performant. It's pleasant to use. It has nice animations. Apparently the news that there is no real browsers on mobile, or apparently the news that there is no real browser on iOS is hitting a lot of people. Technically, WebKit, kind of. WebKit is too low level and primitive. There is a lot of layers around it that are a lot closer to Safari, which is what you have to consume for the web views in iOS in order to make a browser without getting banned from the App Store. In macOS 26, they got rid of the compact tabs view. Are you fucking kidding? That hurts me. Thanks for the info, but that is painful to know. Yeah. Safari is a browser. It has some features, like it has pinned tabs, kind of. It has extensions, kind of. Emphasis on the kind of for that part. It has web standards-ish. Oh, it is a cool thing where when you're on different sites, it will theme the browser based on the site you're on. So the URL bar looks really cool. But if we do the t3.gg content test, you'll see it's performing about as well with screen real estate as Vivaldi did, and worse than Zen did, because this bar still takes up too much space. Also, the URL bars are smaller than they are in browsers that have normal tabs, or better, have a sidebar. You can see more of the URL in a browser like Zen than you can in a browser like Safari because they obfuscate fucking everything. And don't get me started on the weird bullshit inside of Safari. There are a lot of fun race conditions for me as a developer that we hit with T3 chat. There's a lot of fun things where promises aren't resolved when you're trying to do things with the fucking index DB layer, and then you end up with impossible to debug issues. I have had so many problems dealing with Safari, trying to support things for our applications, that it has driven me mad. As much as I love shitting on Firefox, and I'll shit on Firefox all day, the bugs are, this looks bad and this renders weird. The bugs in Safari are, your website crashes my page, or the bugs in Safari are, your website crashes my browser. Different world. I don't like Safari. It's cool that it exists and that there's an alternative option. But there are other things based on Safari that we can talk about quickly, like Orion. Orion's another fun one. It's by the guys who make Kagi, which is a search engine. It's a premium search engine. I'm paying for it. I'm using it a bit. It has bangs, and they're way slower than Undux, so I don't use it for most of my browsers, but it's there and it works. Cool. Free of ads, free of surveillance, free of noise. You have a limited number of searches a month, but you're paying for it, so it all makes sense. It's fine. A lot of cool people like them. A lot of my favorite people like them. They're fine. I have nothing against Kagi. I wish it was a bit faster when I was trying to search other places, but fine. Where things get interesting is their browser. Orion browser. A browser that honors the Mac experience. Lightning fast, ruthlessly private, 100% native, with the power of web extensions and zero bloat. I had heard a lot of people talk about this browser, and I assumed... Oops. I'm trying to hit. Yeah, look at chat. What am I... Oh. I don't care that it's pronounced Orion. I really don't give a fuck. I'm sorry. Sorry, viewer. People in my chat are upset that I'm pronouncing it Orion, not Orion. I don't care, because the way I pronounce it does not matter, because you shouldn't be downloading it and using it either. Orion, or Orion, whatever the fuck you want to say, is Safari with kind of working, mostly broken support for Chrome extensions. Apparently, I'm still pronouncing it wrong. I don't care. All Orion is a Safari wrapper with a really fancy startup animation and nothing else that's useful. And it's closed source. Own your browsing experience. Support the revolution. Pay money for it. Supposedly, it will be open source eventually. Never believe promises that things will be open source eventually. It never happens. This browser sucked terribly. I tried it for a day and churned because I tried so hard. And when I just thought it was Chrome-based because I assumed that if people liked it and were using Chrome extensions, it had to be. When I learned that it is the worst engine and they had stuffed Chrome extensions into it somehow, I got very upset. Not worth considering right now. That could potentially change if they open source it and you're looking for something that isn't Safari but is Safari-based. Cool. I have no idea how they're going to do Windows, Linux, and Android support when it's a Safari wrapper, but good luck to them. Have fun. Safari's already private. Don't care. I did just remember I missed something during the Chrome section that is worth talking about. I have a longer video on this everybody was mad about. Manifest v3 and ad blockers. I guess I'm just welcoming the storm in my comments right now. The enforcement of Manifest v3 was the right thing for the web. Google did not do it to block ad blockers, although I understand why people would think that, especially considering the fact that all of the money Chrome makes is through ads, because it's not Chrome making the money, it's Google. Manifest v3 was solving a problem that most people watching this video will not empathize with, but people with families and people with younger siblings, and more importantly kids, almost certainly will. Chrome had a really bad malware problem. I can't tell you how many people in my life had their computer in a basically unusable state because Chrome had so much fucking garbage in it. They had installed apps from Chrome that took over their computer. They had installed extensions from Chrome that monitored every single thing they did, sniffed every packet, it inserted bullshit into their pages constantly. Chrome's extensions gave too much permission to the extension authors. In particular, Chrome extensions through Manifest v2 could modify every single packet coming into and out of the browser. Somebody asked, was this on Chromebooks? Yes. But it was also on MacBooks. My sister's MacBook had to be formatted because of all of the fucking crap that she had managed to install in Chrome on it. I made her reset her Google account, reset her entire MacBook. It installed uBlock on it, so she was less likely to click the buttons for these scam things, and told her to never click anything that installs or adds anything to Chrome going forward. Thankfully, that doesn't matter anymore because Manifest v3 plus the deprecation of Chrome apps has resulted in these problems pretty much vanishing entirely. So talk all the shit you want about adblock being 5% worse. That's not what v3 was about. v3 was about making Chrome less susceptible to stupid people ruining their web experiences and ruining their computer sometimes in the process. As Chad has correctly realized, Manifest v3 has to be enforced because otherwise everything will keep using v2 and all of these exploits will continue to exist. So yeah, I'm sorry that your ad block got slightly worse. I really genuinely am. Like, that does suck. Not having, like, yes, ads are how I make a decent bit of my money, but I understand due to the nature of ads doing things that aren't just making money, ads do a lot of fucked shit. In particular, make it more likely that you install malware. So having reduced quality and availability of ad blockers is not good. That said, uBlock Origin Lite is way more performant because the new protocol for doing it is a block list. A set of URLs is handed to Chrome and it says, hey, don't let these go through. And that has prevented the majority of the things that you would use an ad block for before. And also, as Chad is correctly pointing out, that filtering doesn't run in JavaScript, so it's able to run much faster. But also, browsers like Brave implement this on a browser level. Cool. We'll talk about that more in a bit. I just wanted to defend the Manifest v3 thing, although it does admittedly make Chrome a worse option, because now Chrome's ad block experience is worse than other browsers that implement it at a browser level. It's also worth noting that Firefox still supports Manifest v2. Cool. Nobody using Firefox is falling for those dumb download links because nobody using Firefox even uses their computer. Speaking of which, Firefox time. Oh, Firefox. How I wish I could love you still. I have been Firefox's #1 anti-fan for quite a bit now. People used to be very mad at me for it because I care too much about gradients. I don't care. I'm right about the gradient thing. I'm trying to find my... Yeah. Hopefully the video encoding makes this relatively easy to see. It's very visible on my computer. There is very visible banding in the Firefox version and a smooth gradient on any Chrome-based browsers. This is because there is no gradient dithering in Firefox. What makes this significantly more fun... Let me see, I have this source. Give me a sec. Aha. This is the 15-year-old issue in Firefox that details how dithering still doesn't work. What's very funny about this, if we scroll a bit, my tweet is cited as the reason this is being prioritized again. So I have done more for the Firefox browser and ecosystem than 99% of you motherfuckers in the comment section saying that I'm evil and bad for talking shit on Firefox. I'm fixing your fucking broken browser for you. It is what it is. Firefox works. It's not good, but it works. But it's also worth noting that it's no longer private. There is a phenomenal diff when Firefox made changes to their license. They updated in their open source project the Q&A JSON blob that becomes the Q&A on their website, and they deleted this section. Does Firefox sell your personal data? Answer. Text. Nope, never have, never will. And we protect you from many of the advertisers who do. Firefox products are designed to protect you, or Firefox products are designed to protect your privacy. That's a promise. This is the point where, this is the PR where they removed this from the website. I have a whole video on that. Read into it as you will. My video is available if you want to find it. Firefox just gave up on privacy. I'm sure you can search for it and find it pretty well. So what's going on? Mozilla doesn't know how to make money. Right now, the majority of Mozilla's money comes from Google paying them to make sure that Google stays the default search engine. Google doesn't just do that because they want to be the default search engine on a browser with no real market penetration. They do that because they don't want to be seen as the only browser. Google found a fun workaround to justify funding the existence of their biggest competitor because they want it to exist because, again, their goal is to keep the web improving. Google's funding of Firefox is to keep the web getting better. It's not some evil move to make sure that everybody uses Google. They just don't want to be seen as a monopoly in a place where they don't want to be a monopoly. I straight up believe if somebody else had made a better browser 5 years ago, that Google wouldn't have given a shit. They would have been happy to not have to do this anymore. They're doing it because they have to, because they need the web platform to win. Firefox was a thing they supported heavily. They contributed to heavily. They were really involved in the Firefox project. They wanted things to move even faster, so they made Chrome. It is obvious that Chrome was heavily inspired by Firefox. There is a lot of overlap in their DNA. These are projects that grew and succeeded together. And Google has continued to fund Firefox. Google is one of the biggest supporters of Firefox. To be frank, Google likes Firefox a hell of a lot more than I do. Yeah. Firefox exists. It mostly works. It has a lot of strange implementation details. It's slow. It's battery heavy. It's not very fun to use nowadays, but it's okay. That said, I do spend a lot of my time in a Firefox-based browser, the one I'm using right here, Zen. I will still say pretty confidently that Zen is my favorite browser. I'm going to show you why by going to the marketing pages for these other options that we talked about. Brave browser, the browser that puts you first. Block ads, save data, get faster web pages by switching your browser. Okay. So it blocks ads and supposedly makes the web faster. It doesn't, but cool. How about... Okay, how about Firefox? Take control of your internet. Go online with fewer distractions, noise, and stress. We're a bubble wrapper for your brain. Yeah? Okay, how about Orion? Incredibly fast, built-in ad blocker, zero telemetry, web extension support. And on the Kagi site, which we were on before, a browser that honors the Mac experience. You'll notice a theme here. Well, you might actually not notice because it's not really a theme. Like, it's not a thing they have in common. It's a thing that they're all not doing. None of them are doing anything different. All of them are saying, we're like a browser, but with less of X. They're all bragging about how they can do a thing that the other browser does, or they're not going to do a thing the other browser does. None are actually trying to make your experience better. Because none are trying to change your experience. They're trying to hide things from it. Or maybe support a thing that was supported in one browser and not another. None of these browsers are actually trying to improve what it's like to use the web. Except for Zen. I wish they would kill some of the marketing here, the privacy focus, like cool. But it's beautifully designed and packed with features. We care about your experience. The difference with Zen is that it is a small team of open source developers that need support, by the way. I highly recommend sending them some money on Patreon or whatever other support systems they have. I've donated a lot of money, and I bought one of the maintainers a MacBook because I want Zen to win. This is the best designed browser I've ever used. The amount of care, the amount of effort, the amount of details that they get right with what is effectively a re-roll of Arc, but built on top of Firefox instead of being built on top of Chrome, and truly fully open source as well. Zen is now more private than Firefox due to the recent changes to the license and the TOS and whatnot. More importantly, Zen's a better browser. Things like the sidebar, which is the best sidebar I've ever used in a browser. It has great hover behaviors. It has customizable hotkeys. It does what it's fucking supposed to. It separates things properly. It has splits and all the shit that people like. I don't need a lot of those features. But the fact that it makes it so easy for me to manage and reduce the amount of shit going on in my window is incredible. I have been very, very, very happy with Zen. The only issues I have with Zen, spoiler, probably guess, Firefox. The Firefox part of Zen is the problem with Zen. That said, Firefox being as open as it is why they could make Zen, and it's a big part of why they chose to make Zen. They wanted something that was better designed, calmer, nicer to use, with all these little features. Okay, it's a little thing. Arc and Zen, for a long time, were the only two browsers that by default, with no customization, no extension, no bullshit, Command-Shift-C, the URL has been copied to the clipboard. I do that more than I do normal Command-C. My job is admittedly a lot of tossing links around. Like, I can't tell you how often I get sent a thing and then I have to copy it and throw it in my Notion or whatnot. I copy the page I'm on more often than I copy text on the page, without question. The fact that the alternative in most browsers is to memorize like 5 hotkeys to get to the URL bar, select all the content and copy it, or to click and then copy it. No, never again. If I'm on a page and I want to save it or send it to somebody, Command-Shift-C, go, paste, done. Anything that is more complex than that is a waste of my fucking time, and I will not do it anymore. I have brute forced this into other browsers. I wrote custom code in Vivaldi to scriptify it. But most browsers do not have a hotkey for this, and if they somehow do, it's either a set of hotkeys or it's not customizable. Arc introduced me to Command-Shift-C. I think they're the ones who started it, and now I need it. More than almost any other feature in any of these browsers, Command-Shift-C or I will go insane. It's just too ingrained in me now. It is what it is. Call me stupid. Call me unwilling to learn and change. It's my willingness to learn and change that brought me here, and it's my stubbornness that keeps me here, for sure. Regardless, Zen has all these little things. The team is super receptive. Whenever I have anything resembling an issue, they jump on it and fix it. And they fixed the dithering gradients thing somehow. I don't know how, but they did it. So what are my problems? Other Firefox weirdness where it uses too much memory. Battery life's not great compared to other Chrome-based browsers. The extension ecosystem isn't as good as in Chrome, and the extensions I use have a couple bugs here and there. I'm sitting here thinking, and I'm not coming up with much. Zen's a really good browser. I like it a lot. Oh, the pins are buggy, and sometimes when... I don't know if this is Firefox or YouTube or Zen. YouTube chat locks up constantly in Zen, and I just open it in my other browser, which we'll talk about in a bit. Don't worry. Yeah. Most of my issues with... okay, not even most. All of my issues with Zen are with Firefox, not with Zen. What's my favorite feature? It's the sidebar. The sidebar is so good. Hotkeys to open, close it. Good hover behavior when you have it closed. A bunch of customization to change what isn't in it. The sidebar, and I can put it on the right side. I don't want my sidebar on the left side, because if the sidebar is on the left side and I'm on the right side, my face covers content. The sidebar on the right means my face covers the sidebar, and you guys don't need to see the fucking sidebar. It's great. I love the fact that I could put it on the right side. I became a right side sidebar guy because I put my video on here, and I don't want my face to cover the content. I'm okay with it covering the sidebar and things. Yeah. Oh, they may or may not have DRM support. I thought they fixed it. They might not have. I don't care. I don't watch Netflix on a computer. I don't really watch media on a computer. Okay, I do. But on my Windows desktop running Chrome plugged into my TV, my computer is for work and for content, neither of which need DRM. So I don't care. So yeah, if you're looking for an alternative to Arc and you're okay with Firefox based and you want something that looks really nice, is pleasant to use, and has a team that works their asses off, I love the Zen guys. They're great. Oh, yeah. The reason that it doesn't support DRM content is they don't have Widevine licensing and you have to get approved from Google for doing that. Just use another browser. That's even their advice. Use a browser that has a Widevine license like Firefox when streaming DRM protected content. Yeah. Fine with me. Oh, apparently they're getting rid of horizontal tabs entirely. That's a good call. If you want horizontal tabs, you probably don't want Zen. But that's the difference. Like, they're trying really hard to make a better browsing experience, to fundamentally change the shape of the browser that we are using it for. Or they want to fundamentally change the shape of the browser, the UX of how we open things, change tabs, have profiles managed, all of those details. Largely based on how Arc did it, but they're going their own direction with a bit too. I like Zen a lot. It is a very good browser. I have my issues with the Firefox stuff. I wish the battery life was better. But for the most part, I'm happy with Zen. Oh, and the dev tools suck because Firefox's dev tools are garbage. I thought they were better than they are. I was wrong. I cannot use them. That's why I used Vivaldi so much, is I needed dev tools that worked. Let's quickly cover the special children before I go too deep down other rabbit holes. I briefly touched on Ladybird. I really want to emphasize the point here. Ladybird and Zen are exact opposites. These two browsers have literally nothing in common whatsoever. The goal of Zen is to take a look at how we use browsers today, see things that could be better, and do them better. The goal of Ladybird is looking at browsers, seeing that they exist, and wondering if another could exist. That's the stated goal of Ladybird. Can we create a new browser? The Venn diagram is two circles. Yes. I mean, they're both open source, and they both can turn a URL into HTML. One of them can run JavaScript too. Ladybird is an experiment. It is a proof. It's in a world where people are trying to make cars that are electric, cars that are self-driving, cars that are more efficient, cars that are better. Ladybird is, can we build a car ourselves? To be very, very clear, there is no world in which Ladybird is ever a better browser than any other browser. But that's not the goal of Ladybird. The goal of Ladybird is to prove you can still make a browser, not to be a good browser. That's why I don't like talking about it, because I don't care. I'm not invested in the essence of what a browser could be. I'm invested in using the web. Zen is trying to make using the web better. Ladybird is trying to make it so you can use the web at all. There is no overlap between these projects. I couldn't give less of a fuck. Ladybird is the FreeBSD of browsers if FreeBSD was less usable. Like if we compare this to Linux more in depth, Zen is like a Linux Mint or Inomakuab or one of these new distributions of Linux that's focused on making the experience better for most people. Ladybird is FreeBSD. Ladybird is trying to prove that you can do it from scratch yourself still. But imagine if FreeBSD was started today.
Imagine somebody making a new OS from scratch today. It would actually probably be easier than making a new browser, and also probably more valuable. Yeah. And I am aware that BSD isn't Linux. That is the point. That is the thing I am saying, chat. Ladybird is not using any existing technologies in its implementation because it just wants to be another browser. It wants to reinvent everything under the hood. Cool, fine. It'll be a really nice science fair project if they pull it off. But it's not going to be a good browser because they're not trying to make a good browser. They're trying to make a browser. Zen is trying to take other browsers and the things that are good about them and make something better. Zen is trying to make it better. Or Zen is trying to improve your experience browsing the web. Ladybird is trying to prove that they can browse the web at all. I don't fucking care. So we're going to move on from Ladybird. Please stop asking about it. It's not a usable browser. We'll talk about the AI-focused stuff for a second, because this sadly seems like where browsers are going. My beloved Arc had to die so Dia could be shit. I have a lot of videos explaining how much disdain I have for Dia. Browser company, the people who made Arc, realized that no one's going to pay money for Arc, at least not enough people to justify the 130 plus employees that they have. Dia is their attempt at an AI browser. It's Chrome, but with the AI built in more aggressively. And it doesn't fucking work. I've tried it quite a few times now. Dia doesn't fucking work. It's just a bad... It's like... Imagine if the weird floating Gemini thing was just built in. I have it installed. I have to update it. Cool. Oh, this was the last thing I tried doing it with it. Let's see if this works now. First off, vertical real estate wars. One of the things I loved about Arc was how good it was with vertical real estate. It has the worst vertical real estate of any browser I've used. Can't even fit the blog item on the page at the same zoom level. But here's what I wanted. I had done this post in June. What are your biggest frustrations with T3 chat right now? And I wanted to collect all of this data. So let's do it. Summarize all of the replies to this post. Make sure you check all 500 plus of them. Seems like it worked, right? Here's a fun thing. All of those were ones that are in the first scroll because it will not scroll and hit the loading buffers. Can you categorize all the replies and give me a table showing the most common complaints? Based on the visible replies. It won't even fucking scroll a page for you. It takes the HTML that is currently in the page, parses it as context, and gives you what it thinks is the answer. It's not an AI browser. It's an AI widget built into the browser that you can talk to the HTML with. This is not useful. 130 employees, by the way. Garbage. Useless. A beautiful browser had to die so Dia could be shit. Cool. I'm crossing it back off because I don't care. Speaking of not caring, Data Surf is vaporware. They've been teasing it forever on a wait list. I've never actually seen someone use it. I don't believe it's real. So what we're left with now is Comet. Oh, Comet. Comet is Perplexity's browser. I have it installed. I've never used it. Let's try. Actually, open up Dia again so I can get that link. Oh, fancy startup animation. Oh god, that's making sound. I'm sorry. Go away. Stop. Do I have to? You have to watch this to boot the browser the first time. Why can't browsers be good? I am so fucking annoyed right now. Look at all the browsers I could import shit from. Do this later. Is it still playing sound? What's this fucking PlayStation 3-esque bullshit? How can I make it stop? There. Finally. God damn. Why can't browsers be normal and fucking good? No. No. Start. Cool. It's laggy as fucking balls. Let me sign in with my... Oh, no, because I have to... Oh, no, I'm not dealing with all of the layers that are necessary for me to sign in with that. I have to sign in with shit. Give me a second. Comet would like to use Bluetooth when I'm trying to sign in to Chrome. Or sign into Google. I don't want to connect to my Bluetooth device. I want to sign in using a fucking password like a normal human being. Cool. I am now signed in. This might be the worst score on the vertical real estate test. Yeah. God, this is taking up so much space it doesn't need to. But let's ask it. Summarize the replies to this post. Give me a table that breaks down where all 500 plus of them fall. Apparently, my experience is limited because I don't have a formal Comet invite. I thought I did, but whatever. And we have to sign in to it too. We'll have direct access to all 500 plus replies. It's an approximation. That's annoying. How do I sign in? Okay, let's try again. This one can actually scroll the page. Magic. I've tried every one of these AI browsers. This is the only one that will actually do the work. Mind you, I just had to spend 10 minutes getting things to sign in. But at least it can actually use the browser and do things. I wish it didn't do the stupid fucking lights like iOS. Or I wish it didn't pretend that it was fucking what's it called? The AI mode on Apple devices, the Apple Intelligent Siri bullshit with the colors. Yeah, it's going to take a while to run, but it's cool that it can. Oops. Let me close that before I forget to. Thankfully, didn't leak anything important. Closed. Cool. We'll presume it works. I'll go check before we close out the video. I'm going to close these other useless browsers. But yeah. Comet seems like the most promising AI browser. At the very least, they're the only one that can actually browse, unlike the others, which will take the HTML and poorly summarize it for you. Oh, look, got an answer. That is what I wanted it to do. Look at that. 110 requests for an iOS app and a mobile app, 40 for a desktop app, 60 for projects and folders, 55 for file image uploads. This is a useful piece of information. This is the only AI browser that I can use to get anything resembling useful information. Cool. Was there a Python code there? Oh yeah, it wrote Python code and executed it in order to go through all of the data that it had collected. That's cool. I had been hearing that Comet was the most useful of these AI browsers, and I believe it. Cool. If you want AI that can do things for you in the browser, Comet's the only one that can, but at the cost of a yet another shit, poorly maintained browser. So yeah, that was the weirdest onboarding experience I've had other than maybe Orion. It's actually weirdly similar to Orion in its cringe bullshit. But at least it does something. So if I had to like rank all of the browsers we've talked about so far, Zen is the one that is number one. Obviously, it's the one that actually cares about user experience. I hate this, but I think I have to actually put Comet somewhat high up. The onboarding and shit was cringe, but at least it's trying to do something different and it can actually do it. I don't need those features, but if someone does, it's nice that a browser can actually do it. Then I would say Chrome, because it just works and behaves. Cool. I'd say Vivaldi next. Like, it's fine. It is what it is. Edge, if you really just want slightly better Chrome and no customization, or just are too lazy to install something new. Now we are past the point of I can even consider them worth using, and then everything else is underneath. But there's something I've been dancing around for a while now. We haven't talked about the browser that I actually use most days. There's a lot of reasons why. Some are because it's just straight up not ready yet. Some are because the people who made it have told me to not talk about it too much yet. Some are because I want Zen to win still, because Zen is the better user experience. Oh shit, hi Gurn. Yeah, Comet as like an alternative to Selenium and Playwright stuff, actually valuable. That's why I like it. Good seeing you, man. We need to talk about Helium, because I really like this browser. I really like this browser. Helium is built by Wacko. I didn't know they had a Twitter for it now. Oh, I'm already following it. Yeah. Wacko here is pretty well known for his work on Cobalt, which is the best way to turn a random link into the content from that link, other than maybe YouTube DL. Unlike every other service similar to it, they're not just using YouTube DL under the hood. They built a actual cool, novel set of tools to strip audio and video out of random URLs so that you can download a video from YouTube or a song from SoundCloud or a clip from TikTok or whatever else. And it's really good and reliable. Fully open source. Great stuff. Cobalt Tools is really, really good. And as such, Wacko knows web browsers, standards, and weird workaround bullshit better than almost any person I know. And him and his friend JJ have teamed up to try and make something better for browsing the web. One of their core motivations, and I don't know if I'm supposed to share this, but I don't care, They don't like Brave. They are very frustrated with the fact that Brave is getting all of this clout for being the privacy-focused, fast-performing, minimal Chrome alternative when it's kind of some of those things, but also has a lot of its own problems. Quick list of little things I like about, or quick list of things, okay, actually one last detail on how Helium is implemented. Oh, they have a website now? Oh, it just links to the GitHub. I love the description. Bullshit-free web browser, work in progress. Yep. Bullshit-free web browser based on Chromium, follows inputs, ethics, and norms. Very work in progress. Not meant for public or end-user consumption yet, etc. So use with caution. Right now, it's only for macOS, but they absolutely plan on packaging it for other things in the future. A lot of their inspiration, a lot of the source for how they started is based on ungoogled Chromium. Would be possible for us to get rid of Google's bloat or it would have been possible for them to get rid of Google's bloat and get a development plus build pipeline this fast without it. And the process for building this is actually kind of insane. Most of the code base is C patch files. The code base is a bunch of patch files. Yes, really. The way you do a build is you download the Chromium source code, apply all of these patches, and then generate the browser. This isn't a Chrome fork. It is a set of patches for Chrome source. It's really fucking impressive that they have made something as good as they have exclusively through patch files. And they don't even come up in the language check thing here because patch files are ignored in the language detection on GitHub. I'm happy you guys understand how mentally ill this is. Crazy genius. Love to see it. That's stupid. That's genius. That's wild. They're insane for this. It's amazing. You know you're in the minds of coding when you have patch files as your code base. Yeah. Yeah. They're working their asses off to make this viable. And they have done a lot of cool things. Let's just quickly list cool things about Helium. Chrome-based, but really, it's as close to a Chrome browser as you're going to get without it being Chrome. Really private. And when I say really private, I mean it. It doesn't have the weird stuff built in like Brave does. You have to go turn off to keep Brave from getting your data. But more importantly, they found other things that none of the other browsers do that could be used for fingerprinting. For example, by default, when you install an extension from the web store on Chrome, Google tracks that and sends metadata to their own servers as well as to the people who made the extension. When you install an extension on Helium, it will download it on their infra and mirror it. So they never send any data to Google whatsoever for your extension installs. Google doesn't know what extensions you're running when you're using Helium. No one does. They're the only browser I know of that obfuscates the extensions that you have installed. They're also obsessed with polish. And when I say that, I mean it. The little things they've done to polish the hell out of the browser. Remember the vertical real estate test? That's the sponsors page. That's one of the best scores we've had. It gets past the blog box and we start to see the sponsors box. How can it have more vertical real estate than Chrome? You might not have noticed because it's subtle, but if we compare it to Chrome, back and forth or side to side, see how much smaller the real estate being taken is. They've shaved off a third of the top bar. It still has tabs, and it still has a smaller top bar than Vivaldi, than Safari, than most other browsers. Because Wacko put so much time into finding every single place he could shave pixels off the top there to make it narrower without taking away context. It has bangs built in, which is actually my least favorite feature because their bang implementation is not perfect and has bugs here and there. It's still Chrome. It's so Chrome based that you can't do custom search engines by default. You have to use an extension for it. So I still have to make an extension for Unduck. I plan to do that. They recently got auto updating working, which is really cool. Let me go check the Discord and see what else they have mentioned in it to make sure I get everything. Cool. Oh. Helium's 10% faster than it was before, so it's faster than almost all browsers, even with uBlock Origin enabled. If you compare the speedometer results, the only thing that's faster is Chrome, but if you compare it to Brave, it's quite a bit faster because they're trimming the right shit. Although Wacko says immediately afterwards, benchmarks don't mean anything, but it's still cool, especially because Helium feels faster even without that. See all these details? These are all just UI subtle things that they have been putting a lot of effort into, like changing how the tab closing animation works, making sure that the one tab view looks good. Oh, apparently they have split view tabs. I didn't even know that. How do I split a tab? Oh, that's just groups. Not what I'm looking for. Ah, here we go. Yeah, they even have split views. I didn't know they had these. Cool. That's really nice that they have that. Yeah. Lots of effort into the subtle details, little bits of additional feature adds, ton of focus on privacy and security, and not in the like elitist way, in the much more practical way. I've yet to have a thing that I couldn't do because I was on Helium. I have not had a single instance where I was like on a site and something broke and then I went and tried it in Chrome and it worked. Ever. There are things it doesn't have, though. Things that, I'll be frank, I don't give a single fuck about, but I already see people in chat complaining. Let's talk about those. No mobile support. But remember, no browser actually works on iOS, so stop fucking asking about that. iPad, iPhone, doesn't matter. They're all just Safari with fancy wrappers. I don't fucking care. I use Safari on my phone because everything else is a joke. That also means no tab sync. I hate tab sync. I do not want my tabs to be shared across different devices. I will never understand the people who feel otherwise. I think you're all literally insane. Cool, though. I'm not going to like sit here and talk shit on it. I don't understand it at all. I just cannot fathom why you would want that. But cool. Have fun with it. No Windows, Linux yet. Yeah. No vertical tabs. Or no vertical tab bar. They're kind of working on it. It's not a big focus for them because I don't think Wacko wants it. He's doing it because I donated them a bunch of money. And I specifically donated the money and said, don't listen to me. Don't build this browser for me. Build this browser to be good. And I'll give you feedback on things I do and don't like throughout. I really want the vertical tab bar. I'm scared of pressuring them to do it. But honestly, they've saved so much real estate. I don't feel crippled the same way I do in every other browser that isn't Zen or Arc. Okay, I have people trying to defend the fucking like shared tabs thing. You're on the toilet and read a great nerd article and want to read it later on your computer. Send it to the other device. That is not sharing tabs. I have 150 plus tabs open on my phone right now. I don't want them on my goddamn computer. Do you know what I do if I want to read something somewhere else? I use something for it. I like Raindrop. I used to really like Pocket. It's a shame Mozilla didn't and killed it. So I have this issue. I don't want to keep losing it. So I'm going to put a note in here that is Firefox gradient bug that cites my tweet, LOL. And add in here content as one of my tags. because I use this in content. Saved. Now I have access to this page everywhere with a tag that clearly indicates what it is, a history that is ordered in time, actually useful. If you want to share things between different places, use a solution for that. Don't blindly share your entire history and all of your tabs across. I need to not be nerve sniped by this. I think it's fucking stupid. I cannot fathom a world where people actually want all of their tabs across all of their devices to be shared. It makes no sense to me at all. I use my phone for different things than I use my Windows computer for, which I use different things than I use my MacBook for work for. No. Why would you want that? I don't get it. You people are what you are, and I just don't understand. Okay, what else is bad about helium? I'm personally annoyed by the bangs thing. So I just want to use mine, but I'm just gonna move it over to be using fucking Unduck soon. I'll make an extension. It'll be fine. My problem. What else? It won't do my laundry for me. That's kind of annoying. It is low on customization because it's Chrome based. So it has about as much customization as you have in Chrome. No AI features. What else? If people don't know about Bang somehow, I thought I've talked about this enough throughout my life. DuckDuckGo is my default search engine, even though I never use it. What the fuck do I mean? Let's say I want to look up corgis. I can press enter and look up corgis on DuckDuckGo. But let's say I don't want that on DuckDuckGo. Let's say I want it on Google Images because I want to look at pictures. Exclamation point GI, because exclamation point is a bang. Now I'm searching it on Google Images. Notice how slow it is to redirect because DuckDuckGo has the worst DNS of any service I've ever encountered in my fucking life. Refresh, and that time it worked. Sorry for the flashbang. Blame DuckDuckGo, the worst infrastructure company I've ever had to face in my entire fucking life. So not only did that take a while, it froze. I had to manually refresh to make it work. It would not have resolved. This is why I made Unduck, because I liked bangs so much. And I didn't want them to require me to wait for DuckDuckGo's servers to care enough to respond. So I built it into a local first app that is a big JavaScript file that will do the redirect for you, and that is my default search engine. My search engine in Zen is Unduck. So if I type in corgis, it says search with Unduck, exclamation point GI, instantaneously goes to Google Images. Exclamation point YT, instantaneously goes to YouTube. YouTube is slow, but loads fast otherwise. Exclamation point YT, Theo Dev. There I am. Very, very nice. I like the workflow so much that I dealt with DuckDuckGo for 10 years, hated it more every day, and have built my own search engine to just copy that one feature. I really like bangs. I cannot use a browser without this at this point. I just instinctively do exclamation point G at the end of everything because I still search Google. So I've probably wasted more time than I've saved with bangs, especially because I built my own implementation. But it's such an ingrained behavior, I'm stuck with it now. Helium has their own implementation. I disabled it because their implementation had a lot of really weird bugs and edge cases that I kept on hitting. So I don't use it. I'm thankful they let me disable it now. But they want to make it work, so cool. When they do it, when it's working, I'll probably move to it. But until then, I'm going to be planning my Unduck takeover. It is what it is. Cool. The real big potential bad thing about helium, and this one's actually important. I have no idea where it will be in a year. I'm really hesitant to recommend browsers now because of how bad I feel about the Arc thing. I really liked Arc. I recommended it for reasons that mattered to me and mattered to a lot of y'all. There are probably between 10 and 100,000 people that used Arc because of me. I feel terrible about that because Arc has went to utter shit. There are at least 10,000 people who still use Arc every day because of me. And I feel awful about that fact, that they're using a browser that's making their life harder now. Ugh. I just feel bad. I don't want to do that again. I don't want people stuck on a dead-end browser that isn't going to be maintained or go anywhere. Even with Zen, that's a risk. But the amount of focus and drive and energy those guys have and their willingness to like eat shit to make it happen, I have a lot of high hopes for Zen. And the thing that will make Zen win is getting a lot of users so they have reasons to maintain it and the financial support and everything else they need. Helium doesn't need any of that. Obviously, if you want to go donate to them, I highly recommend it, especially for the Cobalt tool side of things. Like, support these developers. The InputNet crew is awesome. I love these guys a ton. But the thing that keeps Helium being maintained is that Wacko and JJ want to keep maintaining it. This is entirely dependent on them. And right now, they haven't even released it yet. I'm doing this video without their permission, and they might be mad at me for it. I might have to delay this video a long time until they tell me it's ready to go. I told them the moment that they give me the sign, that it's time to start shilling Helium, I will do it immediately. They've not given me that sign yet. But I want to talk about the state of browsers, and I can't do that without talking about the browsers I use. And right now, those browsers are Zen when I'm filming and when I'm screen sharing or just want things to look nice, and Helium when I have work to do. That's how I browse the web now. This browser, Helium, has been incredible for me. If you want a more private, less plugged in version of Chrome, and you don't care about all the things in this list, and you're using a Mac, it's worth giving it a shot. I've been very happy with it. I've had a good time with this browser, and it's nice to finally get to talk about it more publicly, even if I don't have formal permission to. So if we go back to my list of browsers, in terms of how I feel about them, I actually have two at the top. Zen and Helium are the browsers that I have the most faith in right now. And I hope that they're still here next year. And I hope they maintain and I hope they stay maintained. And I hope they keep improving. And I hope we all can and I hope we don't end up with another situation like Arc. At the very least, both Helium and Zen are fully open source. So if things go poorly, we should be good. I have contributed thousands of dollars to both of these browsers because I'm going out of my way to make sure that they are well maintained, that the maintainers are well supported, well funded, and don't have anything else to worry about if they can avoid it. I want them to win. Comet is funded by a multi-billion-dollar startup. Chrome is funded by a multi-trillion-dollar business. Vivaldi exists somehow. They do have subscription services and shit they sell in the app, and they make enough money. It's kind of a lifestyle business. And Edge is another multi-trillion-dollar company. So of the browsers I consider usable and interesting, $20 billion valuation, multi-trillion, doing well, I don't know how well, multi-trillion. And then at the top, we have these two lonely open source projects by small teams trying to make the web actually better to use. Feel no shame if you're staying with Chrome. If Comet's weird AI features help you, cool. Happy for you. But if you just want a better web, if you just want to use a browser and not be angry at it all the time, you should give Zen and Helium a shot. They're really good browsers. I've been so happy with them. Helium has added all the little things I want, other than the sidebar. I have my Command-Shift-C for copying links. I covered that. I have my Command-Shift-C for copying a link. I have way more vertical real estate. I have an ad blocker that's built in that's really good. I have what I want with helium. I am happy. I have a really nice experience with Zen. I am happy. And I hope the utter chaos we have went through here helps you make better decisions around your browsers as well. I think I'm finally out of things to say on this topic. Thank you for hanging out. Have fun surfing the web. Don't forget to subscribe. And until next time, peace, nerds. Oh, I've been meaning to watch this for a bit. I haven't yet. It's in my watch later. I love Juxtaposed. We'll definitely watch that. I did see that Zed's doing, got fundraising, but the source control. Yeah, we're developing a new kind of operation-based version control that incrementally tracks the evolution of your code with edit-level granularity, integrating it into Zed to make it collaborative, both with agents and teammates. Very interesting. This is interesting. I've been talking about this a bunch. I said this in a couple videos that Git is the wrong primitive for agentic workflows. And it's cool seeing someone commit and full send on that. I think I want to read that privately, think about it a whole bunch, and then make a video on it later. I'll probably film this weekend. Yeah. Zed and the war on Git. Yeah, I'll have to do a video on this later, but it's not something I'm confident in my ability to rant about well now. Is there anything else I can film relatively quick? Because I'm a little tired and need to save some energy for shit I have to go respond to, like on emails and shit. I'm afraid all of these are very long. Let me check Twitter. I feel less bad about trying to hide the fact that I use helium now that I filmed that video.
There's been so little news. If only Nux knew. Video's already filmed. Oh, I didn't do a video about Fiesta. I don't know if I want to do a video on Fiesta. Oh yeah, the Code Rabbit exploit. I need to look more into that before I cover it, though. I might put a fucking space there. This is a good idea. I'm gonna put that in my to-do. Short. This alias makes your IDE open faster. Thank you for the idea, Matt. I think I've talked about doing that, but just never did, but appreciate it. Hater's Guide to the AI Bubble might be good. Oh, nope. This is long as fucking balls. There's the Reddit post Prime posted earlier. I kind of wanted to do a video on it. Task length is such a nebulous and fake measurement. That's silly. Where is... It was the Reddit comment. He posted it on YouTube too. Yeah, my new favorite Reddit post of all time. You know what? I could gun this out. Fuck it. Let's do it. One last video before I wrap up. This will be fun for me to read later. Code Rabbit has disclosed it. It's relatively public. They're also hitting up customers too. The exploit was in January and has been patched for 5 months. It just got revealed at an event recently. It was never exploited. It was a very novel exploit that was discovered due to the usage of Rubocop. But yeah, it has been patched for 6 months and was disclosed by the people who discovered it publicly a few days ago. Agentic Coder Project, Sandbox Code Execution on gvisor, Auto Skills with Ray. Interesting. Sounds fun. Not familiar with what that was.
definitely don't have the energy for that. Like, I need something I'm very familiar with if I'm going to film a video right now. I'm relatively tired, and I can't do a video on something I don't know a lot about already. So gut feels absolutely not. So yeah. Let's film this one. I think the intro is just going to be reading the post from Reddit. What's the point of vibe coding if I still have to pay a dev to fix it? What's the point if at the end of the day, I've still got to pay a dev to look at the code anyways? Sure, it feels kind of cool while I'm typing, like I'm in some flow state or whatever, but when stuff breaks, it's just dead weight. I can't vibe my way through debugging. I can't ship anything that actually matters. And then I'm back to square one, pulling out my wallet for someone who actually knows what they're doing. It makes me think that vibe coding is just roleplay for guys who want to feel like hackers without doing the hard part. Am I missing something here, or is it really just useless once you step outside of the fantasy? As soon as I saw this post, I knew I was going to have to talk about it. First, I would like to respond to the author. He asked, is he missing something here, or does this just fall apart when you leave the fantasy? I don't think he's missing anything in terms of what vibe coding is and what it's capable of. But I do think he's missing some pieces that help the whole puzzle come together much better. I feel like a lot of people talk about this stuff in a way that's, to be frank, not great. Most of the conversation I see about vibe coding is either vibe coding is going to replace engineers, or vibe coding is a joke and no one's actually using it for anything. And I find that reality is somewhere between the two in ways that are hard to describe and go into detail about. But talking about things that are hard to talk about has never really stopped me, has it? Especially if it means people are going to be pissed off on both sides. I'm very good at pissing people off on both sides, as I've learned over the years. So I guess it's time to break down where vibe coding is actually good and why people continuously use it the wrong way. This is going to be quite the breakdown, isn't it? Let me get Excalibur ready and have like an opening before we do the ad transition. I markered this, right? I don't know why I'm forgetting if I did or not. I would have done it here. Okay, cool. I did. Good double check. While under this lens, vibe coding might seem pointless, it definitely does have a point. That point isn't to replace engineers. The point goes a little bit... The point isn't to replace engineers, it's to replace engineering. And that is a very valuable thing for it to do. I'm excited to do it, or I'm excited to explain what I mean when I'm excited to explain what I mean, I'm excited to explain what I mean, but sadly, I can't vibe video edit just yet, so I gotta pay my team. So quick word from today's sponsor to cover the bills, and then we'll dive in. So, before we can figure out what the point of vibe coding is, we probably need a definition of vibe coding. The problem is, there's a lot of different definitions of vibe coding. For some people, vibe coding means doing most of the work via plain English. As in, they don't write code, they just prompt via the sidebar. For some people, it means ignoring the code entirely and only prompting. And for some people, it means non-developers writing code via AI. And for some people, it means using autocomplete in their IDE. These are all incompatible definitions. These things don't have any overlap at all in my mind. And this is very, very annoying when trying to talk about vibe coding, because as soon as I say the term vibe coding, everyone who hears me talking assumes I'm talking about whichever of the definitions they go with. And if I'm talking about this part, ignoring the code entirely and only prompting, and they're talking about autocomplete in their editor, and I say vibe coding is a waste, and they think vibe coding is useful because they think vibe coding is tab complete, entirely different. And if we don't agree on these terms, we cannot have a conversation, which is why the sheer existence of a vibe coding subreddit is inherently problematic, because every person who goes to the subreddit is using a different fucking definition. I already see people saying that the first two seem like the same thing. You are so fucking wrong, it hurts me. I'm going to label these so that we can better explain them. So A, B, C, and D. I know it seems subtle, but the word most here is very important. Not because what is or isn't most of your work matters, but because the implication of most is that some work isn't done via prompting, which means you are paying attention to the code at all. That's the key here that you need to understand. You can kind of see this as a spectrum of how well people understand code. Let's make this into my favorite thing, an axis. Multi-dimensional, which I'm sure won't confuse anyone. On the right here, we'll say Leet Code Killer. This is like the deviest of developers, the people who won't leave NeoVim unless you pay them a lot of money to do it, and even then they'll use it on the side. And here we have What's a Computer? These are people who primarily operate the world via their iPhones. They don't really understand how files work, if they understand them at all. And coding is not a thing they'll ever do. And then we have this vertical spectrum, which is how much are you looking at the code? My life is git diffs. This is the top. And wait, you read this shit? Is the bottom. This is a spectrum. And most people's definition of vibe code goes somewhere here. And the 4 examples I gave here are meant to cover that range. Now, if I take this and put it here, we have A, B, C, and D. A, which is doing most of the work via plain English. We don't really know where they fall, but we do. They fall on the right side here. They're absolutely a real developer because they couldn't do any work without prompting if they weren't. But they are reading it. So I would say that squarely falls in this section. Ignoring the code entirely and only prompting goes here, bottom right. You're not reading the code, but you do know how to code. So if things do go wrong, you can fix it, but you're probably just going to throw it away and actually write it at that point. There's non-devs writing code via AI. That's this section. And then people using autocomplete in their IDEs. That's like even further up here, where they're reading the code every step along the way. What's a computer and my life is git diffs. This section, I call this boot camps. Okay, actually though, there's nothing in this section legitimately. The point here is to show where shit falls. And the author seems to squarely fall, and the author of the post that inspired this video seems to very squarely fall in this area here, where they don't know how to code and they don't read the code. those people are kind of screwed. Because they cannot get by without knowing how the code works. And that's the harshest reality that we should hopefully all agree on getting started. You still need to know how code works if you want to be a coder. I hope this isn't a controversial take. The problem with vibe coding is that it was invented by engineers for engineers as the concept of this area here, section B. And I also understand that the majority of people watching this probably don't like this section and probably haven't had good experiences here. This is the harshest reality. We spend so much time in the developer world fighting about the difference between these two, which again are A, which is doing most of the code via prompting, and D, which is autocomplete. We fight over the distinction here so much that the much more interesting distinction, which is between these two, gets ignored entirely. When I am using, as y'all know, I use Cursor. Yes, I'm an investor. No, that doesn't mean I always like them and shill them. I churned from Cursor multiple times and didn't use them for years before I caved and started using them. There's a couple different ways to use Cursor. The main two are through the sidebar in agent mode, where it will, the main two are the tab complete, which I love. I really, really like the tab complete in Cursor. Even people who hate vibe coding stuff like, Primogen, love the tab complete in Cursor. It's really, really good. The other way to use it is the agent mode, which is this bar on the left side here. It will be on the right for most people. I shift them because I want you to be able to read this part when I'm talking about it. My face would cover it otherwise. This section falls a lot more in the vibe coding world, where you tell it a description of what you want, and then it uses tools to read files in the code base, look things up online, and make changes to suggest the code that will solve your problem. This is agentic coding, which often is mistaken for vibe coding. But the difference between agentic and vibe coding is but the difference between agentic coding and vibe coding is that vibe coding is a subset. Agentic coding is using prompts that use tools to then generate code. Vibe coding is when you don't read the code after. And here is where I will drop my definition of vibe coding. Vibe coding is everything below the bar. Vibe coding is when you're not really reading the code very much, and you're more likely to copy paste the error message into the text box than you are to go and read the code directly. And here's the thing that many people have not yet accepted in the developer world. This is a good place to be. This area, where sometimes you let tab complete help you out, sometimes you use the agentic flows and just review all of the code actively, and sometimes you just don't fucking care. The harsh reality is that the majority of code we write is throwaway code. You might not accept that, but it's true. For every line of code that ships to production, many more get written and deleted, many more never see the light of day at all. Scripts are written to help you with random shit. One-off things are being done in your terminal or inside of like crazy stuff like the inspector in the browser. I've written so much code in the Chrome and now Firefox console that is not real code. And now I don't even look at the code because I'll go do it on T3 chat, generate a JavaScript like quick function that will do what I'm looking for, paste it, run it. And if it doesn't work, I go back to T3 chat and say, hey, this didn't work. So let's do my list of truths. Truth 1, you still need to know how to code, or you still need to know how code works if you want to be a coder. Truth 2. Okay. There's a lot of code worth having that is not worth writing or reading. This is the part I find a lot of developers miss. They have this emotional attachment to the code they write, and they refuse to accept the fact that a lot of code that could be beneficial to them isn't worth the time to sit there and write. I run into this a lot. I have a lot of random things that don't exist that I wish existed, and I could sit there for a week and build it, or I could sit there for an hour and have it. That's what vibe coding is great for. It's throwaway code. It's legacy code. It's shit that you don't want to deal with. The reason you're not looking at the code isn't because you don't know how, it's because it's not worth looking at, because it's not worth writing. It wasn't worth my time to make a bunch of benchmarks the right way. But it was worth my time to retake on that. I've built a bunch of benchmarks for AI models. It's really fun to do, and it helps me make better content about the models that I'm talking about. That would not have been worth me spending days, if not weeks, to build the tooling up to make those benchmarks viable. That said, when I use vibe coding solutions and I go hang out in Cursor, I can generate a lot of the code that I need and then not read it and have it work. I have not read the majority of the logic code, especially the UI side, for Skatebench. I don't actually know how that part works. I explained what I wanted to do. I had a working core prototype that would run the test, because the test runner is the simple part. That's like 50 lines of code. That I actually paid a little bit of attention to the first time I wrote it. Now it just gets copy-pasted and generated from that point forward. The rest is UI, boilerplate, scaffolding, and bullshit. And vibe coding lets me not look at those details and just ship the thing. And if you look at other benchmarks from more traditional research people, the code I vibe coded is better than the code they actually wrote in Python. I have run far too many benchmarks to even pretend otherwise. The bullshit I'm generating with Cursor, combined with my own opinions and taste here and there, comes out better than a lot of the slop people are shipping in production every day. There's another point someone just made in chat that I want to go in on because I couldn't agree more. Number 2, which is the thing I just said about there's a lot of code that's not worth writing, is why that people use so many random packages in their React apps. I'm going to go a step further with that. You can't be mad at vibe coding and be mad at leftpad. That's contradictory. You cannot be mad about the fact that people are installing solutions to their problems and then be more mad when they have a tool that will write it for them instead. One of the cool things about vibe coding, if you're not familiar with leftpad, it's a famous extension. Apparently people don't know about leftpad anymore. That's crazy. I feel old. Package been deprecated. Use string prototype pad start. Leftpad is a package that lets you add spaces in front of a string. Writing this is like 3 lines of code, and it's built into now it's built into JavaScript. This package is often cited as the meme example of how bad JavaScript developers are. They install packages for everything, and it still to this day gets 1 million downloads a week. Notice how it's dipping. It's dipping because no one's going to write that again, because nobody's going to install it when the vibe coding will just write it for them or use the browser standard. How about this? Like, the problem with having lots of dependencies is that they obfuscate things in a way where you can't meaningfully change them. If you have a problem with one of your... Did I say made? Oh, sorry. Thank you, chat. Sorry for saying made, not mad. The problem with installing all these deps is that they abstract... The problem with having all these deps is that they abstract your ability to own and control your code base and make changes. I can't tell you how many times we run into problems because something like the AI SDK has an incorrect opinion and we have to go patch package it to fix it. That said, the work of writing our own alternative to the AI SDK makes it worthwhile in that case. We weighed the benefits and negatives of each path, and we chose to go down the path where we use the package instead of making our own alternative. Vibe coding and AI coding helps you do very similar things without having to bring in other people's code. If you vibe code the solution instead of installing it as a package, you still don't know how it works. You're still not reading the code the majority of the time. That all said, if you need to make a change to the thing you vibe coded, it's a hell of a lot easier than making a change to a package that you installed. The reasons that people don't like package installations are all, for the most part, solved with vibe coding. But they're mad at both because they're not good faith operators. They just want to be mad so they can feel like they're a better developer than you are. And this is the funniest part. I can't tell you how often I get shit for being a vibe coder and vibe coding all of T3 chat. I did not fucking vibe code T3 chat. Go try to do it yourself and you'll see just how hard it is to build what we built there. No AI tool is going to build a fifth of what we have, much less get the fucking markdown renderer working properly with all the weird syntax and shit. Good luck, have fun. Seriously, I'd love to see someone do it. You won't. I'm a top-ranked LeetCode competitor. I come in the top 200 in Advent of Code every year. That's 200,000 people compete, and I'm in the top 200 regularly. I'm not saying this to gloat. I don't talk about it very often. I have 800 plus videos, and the fact that I'm a good coder has come up like 5 times. I just don't care. I think my work speaks for itself. So people who don't have any work that will speak for them love to talk shit on me because I make them insecure. Cool. Good for them. This video is for you. You're a bad person if you think this way. If you cannot understand that the solution to people having too many packages is to make it easier for them to write the package, because they want this for 2 reasons. They want to solve their problem and they don't want to look at the details. Vibe coding gives them that. And now they don't have the problem of an external dependency. If you cannot see how that solves the thing you're mad about, then you're not being genuine with what you're mad about. You know what? I'll put this in my core points here. You can't be mad at vibe coding and be mad at LeftPad. I will stand behind that statement. Buddy, did you just knock everything down? Sorry, my cat broke in by knocking down a bunch of shit. Give me a sec. Yeah. Sorry for getting a bit heated at that part. To be very clear, I am just annoyed that I noticed when this happened, when I hit 100,000 subscribers, it was like on that line. I went from the open source developer and contributor that knows what they're doing, that happens to be a YouTuber, to the YouTuber who pretends he can write code. Talk to any engineer I've ever worked with, and they will tell you how, or if you want to know you want to know if I'm good at code or not, don't fucking base your opinion. If you want to know if I'm good at code or not, and you've never talked with one of my coworkers or read my code, just shut the fuck up. If you need me to be bad at code to feel better about your opinions, you should understand the fact that you're being bad faith. And if you can't understand that, just close the video, unsubscribe, leave. I'm trying to have a conversation, not a shitposting fest. Anyways. There's an article that I've been planning on covering for a video for a while. I'm very excited to go more in depth on this. Vibe coding is legacy code. The point is that you forget the code even exists. We already have a phrase for that, legacy code. I really, really like this phrasing. This is the point. The majority of code in a code base, after it's been reviewed and merged once, will never be looked at again, will never be touched again, and will quietly do what it's supposed to until it is forgotten about or deprecated quietly and then left in the code base because nobody knew they could delete it. That is a significant portion of software development. So yeah, hot take number 4, vibe code is a type of legacy code. The actual outputs of vibe coding are legacy code skipping steps. If you need to fix something in legacy code, you could go in and fix it, but no one does. We grab the sledgehammer and we rewrite that portion. Throwaway code is part of life. Whether or not you accept that, up to you, but I think we all should accept that fact. There are very few things worth doing where a bit of throwaway code won't make it a little bit better. Just some stupid examples. If you're working on a new feature for a product, it might be worth sitting there and planning it all out the correct way and doing it right the first time. But the vast majority of the time, if you can throw together a shitty prototype with code that you'll never actually merge or let see the light of day, just to put it in front of a user and see how they feel about it, that will save you so much trouble because you won't go waste all of the time building the good code when you're building the wrong thing. Good code has two important characteristics. It solves the right problem and it doesn't suck to read. People get way too focused on the second part, and they often, if not always, ignore the first part. Vibe coding is not meant to affect the second part. Vibe coding is not meant to make your code better. If the vibe coding, or if the code that, how do I want to put this? If the code that you're writing via the agent in Cursor is better than the code you would have written yourself, turn that shit off. It is hurting you. You need to be good enough to write the code yourself. Because the point of these tools isn't to go beyond your ability. It's not to be better than you. It's to be worse than you, but more of you. If right now you're leaning on these tools because you don't know how to solve the problem, you're fucked. But if you're using these because you know how to solve the problem and don't care enough to, then you're good. We'll put that as 0.5. If the tools are better than you, stop using them. Just straight up. If you have to use these to solve the problem because you don't know how to otherwise, you're screwed. So one example of this in my current life, I accidentally got my whole team effect pilled because I knew that a lot of the weird async bullshit we were dealing with upload thing in T3 chat could be much better if we had a better framework and set of tools for doing complex asynchronous work in TypeScript. We have to do it in TypeScript, so get out of here with your what about Rust bullshit. I just don't want to talk about that right now. Effect allows us to do a much better job of building complex, composable, really, really, really fucking, like, I don't know how to put it other than, like, you know, this complex, asynchronous, concurrent bullshit gets much easier with Effect at the cost of having to relearn the language that you're writing. If you're not already an Effect person, you're going to look at this code and your brain's going to fall out a bit. Program equals effect.gen, function star, transaction amount equals yield star fetch transaction amount, not even calling it as a function. Discount rate equals yield star fetch discount rate. Discounted amount is yield star apply discount. Now we're passing the transaction the discount. Final amount equals add service charge, and then you return that. Oh, they're not even wrapping it with an effect succeed. Yeah. If you don't already write effect, you're looking at this and your brain's falling out. And I understand. I still kind of feel that way. The reason I bring this up is because I use AI tools for writing code a lot. When I have to touch things that my team has rewritten in effect, I turn off the agent. Believe me, I have felt the temptation. I have heard the siren sing, Theo, you could contribute to these effect parts again if you just open up the agent and tell it what to do. And I don't fall for the siren because I know better. If I want to contribute to the effect parts of the code base, I need to get fucking good at effect. I don't get to code a lot nowadays because I'm busy. Hi. So I haven't had the time to really sit down and learn effect because you have to learn it. It's a different way of thinking. But as chat's calling out, it's really hard. Oh, where'd it go? Yeah. God, this is so far. Yeah. But as chat's calling out here, it's so hard to not fall for the siren call. Absolutely. and this is a thing I've talked about a lot in my content about AI, I have a lot of concerns for students that are learning. I have a lot of concerns for people who are trying to improve but are using these AI tools, because people intuitively don't want to feel dumb. Feeling dumb sucks. Feeling blocked sucks. Feeling like you don't have the skill you need to solve the problem in front of you sucks. People don't like being blocked. And these AI tools promise that they can get you unblocked. You don't even need to understand it. You can just do it. And that's bad. That's where the danger lies. When these tools trick you into thinking you don't have to know and give you the comfort of not knowing. You should never take comfort in not knowing. That's where the danger is. The magic of these tools isn't that they make it so you don't need to know how to code. The magic of these tools is that you can go have a bunch of random code that you didn't feel like writing to solve a bunch of random problems that would have just been left unsolved. And it's a weird rabbit hole to go down, but this is why addiction happens. Because when you have the terrible, horrible feelings in yourself that come from withdrawal, you can power through it and become better on the other side. Or you can do the thing you're addicted to and feel better immediately and not actually improve. In fact, you're making your life worse. That pattern is the thing that happens with a lot of people using these AI tools for writing code, for doing work and whatnot. That is dangerous. They should never go beyond your ability. If you use AI to learn things, cool. I have used ChatGPT, well, T3 Chat. I've used GPT-5 to learn a lot more about effect. I'll often go to T3 Chat and say, hey, I'm learning about this feature and effect. Can you help me better understand this code? I'm not outsourcing the knowledge. I'm outsourcing the question to learn the thing. But my goal but that's why when I'm touching effect code in my code base, I turn off the agent, I open up T3 Chat, and I copy paste things over and ask questions. Because as soon as I have this sidebar open, the temptation isn't to ask it how it works, it's to tell it go fix the thing. So even I, knowing what the fuck I'm doing, realize this and force myself to close the agent, read the code, and if I still don't understand it, copy paste it over to some chat tool and ask about it. Because the temptation will always be there to not learn. And what's really crazy, to go back to this Reddit post, this is clearly a person who has been delaying learning how to code for a very long time. If they have been paying developers before and they thought vibe coding meant they didn't have to pay devs anymore, and now they're realizing they do, they've been doing this for long enough that they could have just sat down and learned how to fucking code. Yeah, I have feelings. My one last hot take. If you don't see how vibe coding can help you, you aren't very creative. Or I'll go even further. Or maybe you're being dishonest. This is the part that frustrates me the most. I am genuinely so annoyed that there are developers who really know what they're doing, who are very smart, that refuse to accept the fact that there are problems they have in their life that are not big enough for them to sit there and write a bunch of code for, but are big enough that they annoy them every day, and if someone was to hand them the solution, they would consider using it. I'll be frank, I didn't see a lot of these problems for myself initially. But over time, my brain's been rewired, and now I see more and more of these things. Here's a silly example. I deal with a lot of assets for my content. I deal with a lot of SVG files for logos for brands that we work with. SVG is a phenomenal format. I have a long video about it that's probably already out by now. But SVGs don't work in every program. In particular, they don't work in my video editing software. So if I have an SVG logo from a company and I want to put it into my video that I'm editing, I can't. And I can open it up in graphics software, hit a whole bunch of hotkeys, manually type the resolution, export it, realize the aspect ratio was off, and then go do it again. And I was annoyed enough by this, and I noticed my team was too. So I went and spent under an hour, probably 15 minutes, vibe coding an app that lets you upload an SVG and then turns it into a PNG. I'll find a random. Cool. Here is a skateboard SVG. You can't see it very well because it's black. So here it is by default 1200 by 1200. And now I can hit save as PNG. And now I have a PNG of that SVG at that resolution. If I want it higher res, because it's an SVG, it's a vector, I can click 8x, save it. We're good. Now, does Mark have a take on this? Oh boy. Yeah. Surprise, my CTO has a good take on this. I didn't even see this. This is the reality of LLMs replacing engineers. They're just enabling the tailor-made software for one to a few people that no engineer was ever going to build anyways. Less platforms, more personal software. It doesn't have to be good or scalable. It just has to solve the problem that a few people have, and then it's worth it. This is Near Cyan made their homemade 8th Sleep, which is a small fish tank cooler and mattress overlay. They vibe coded a thing that will make sure, or what is this for? Yeah. This is a vibe coded solution for keeping their bed cool. That's really cool. This would make no sense for them to sell or do anything with, but now they can build a solution to a thing that would not have been worth the effort before. With the SVG to PNG converter, there were some tools that could do parts of this. None of them had the right UX. Most of them charged money. A lot of them did it on the server, which made no sense. The way I'm doing it here is I render it in the canvas, and when you save it, it just screenshots the canvas effectively using the canvas API. It's built to do this, and it does it really well. There's no reason for a server to be involved at all. And I knew that because I know the browser. I knew how to write this. I could have written it at any point in my life, but I didn't feel like it. I have other shit to do. So instead, I vibe coded it and had it done in an hour. And then I had other things I wanted. I wanted a square image generator. And this one's funny. This one's because YouTube doesn't crop previews on images properly when you post them in the community feed. So it's always better for your community posts to be a square so it will actually fit properly on the page. So let's do my favorite thing when I want to be more popular on YouTube. We're going to go to Programming Humor. We're going to look at the top posts of the past month. Fucking Prime making it here. Here's a good one. A friend learned COBOL and received a codebase where the last change was done in the 90s by his mom. That's not how inheritance is supposed to work in programming. So I've downloaded this image, and if I post it on YouTube as is, it won't fit right. So instead, we're going to upload this meme. We're going to choose black as the background color. I have saved it, and now I have the same exact image, but now it is a perfect square. And now when I go to YouTube to post this, I post the square version, and it will fit in the feed properly. And with very little effort, I just made a post that will get a few thousand likes on YouTube that I wouldn't have made before, because when I tried posting it and I saw that the text was cut off because YouTube's fucking cropping is so broken, I would have deleted the post and not bothered. This is what vibe coding is good for. These are things I could have written. It's not doing a thing I can't do. It is helping me do a thing I didn't feel like doing to solve a problem I was annoyed about. As I said here, I built these tools because I was annoyed that they did not exist. And if you don't have anything that falls in that category, you're not thinking hard enough, or you're just not being honest with yourself. Because there are so many of these types of things in the world. And I find so many of those throughout my life. Now that I'm thinking this way, I find them all the time. I'm like, oh, I want this information. I'm going to go write a script to generate it for me. When I did the puzzles at DEF CON this year, I probably vibe coded 5,000 to 10,000 lines of code to try and create various solutions to the problems that we were trying to solve. I could have handwritten the code, but my process would have been very different. I would have went out of my way to prove that the solution was correct before I bothered writing the code. And this is probably the hottest and biggest take I have here. That's a bad way of putting it. I'll rephrase that. Actually, the next thing I'm going to say fits in this list. How do I want to phrase this point? Vibe code is great because throwing it away never hurts. Engineers get so attached to their code. If you're one of the people raging in my comment section right now, you're probably one of those people. Because you like the code you write a lot, it hurts you a lot when you have to get rid of it when it doesn't solve the problem right, or it's being replaced with something else. I'm weird because I like when my code is replaced. That means there's something better. Maybe I don't think it's better, but it's better enough that it's being replaced. It might end up being worse and it gets swapped back, whatever. Either things will be learned or things are better. There's always one or the other. There is no problem. There is no problem with, I don't mind when my code is thrown away, but most people do. As such, because of that, there are two problems. One of those problems is the developers are the first problem is that there's code that should be thrown away, but because of developers having emotional attachment to it, it won't be. But the bigger problem, the one I see more of, is the second one. There's code that they would write because it's useful, but they don't because they know it's not useful enough to stick around and it will be thrown away. This is what I'm excited about with vibe coding. There is code that I wouldn't have written because it wouldn't have been useful enough, and I would have felt bad when it didn't ship or got tossed or whatever else. I would say half or more of my PRs either get left open or get closed without merging because I'm not writing those PRs to expect every single line of code I write to merge and be how we do things. The only person who's deleted more of my code than Mark is me. I love getting rid of my code and replacing it with other shit because it's less to deal with. Most people aren't like that. And even though I am like that, I still hesitate and find myself not willing to sit there and do the thing if I'm fearful of it not being useful, not being used, or being tossed out. Now it's the opposite. Now I'm excited to go try and solve this. Now I feel the opposite, where I'm excited to go try and solve the problem, especially if I can do it with Command I. Yeah. Last hot take here. Anyone told that vibe code means you don't need devs was lied to. This is a very, very important point. I want to make sure it's not lost in the weeds of me defending vibe coding as a way for us to be more productive and build things that we wouldn't have otherwise. Vibe coding very explicitly does not mean you don't need to know how to code. A lot of people were sold this. They were all lied to. They should be angry, and we should make fun of the people who keep saying this. I don't believe this future will ever exist. Imagine if when we started getting better technology for running farms, that the response to that was, well, everyone's going to be a farmer now. You don't need professional farmers anymore. No, it was actually the opposite. there are now way fewer farmers that are deeper experts in their field that are generating solutions, in this case food, for larger numbers of people. If previously a farmer could make food for up to 10 people, new technologies made it so that farmer could make food for hundreds of thousands of people instead. That doesn't mean there are more farmers. It does kind of mean you don't need to know how to, or it does kind of mean you don't have to know how to grow food. But that's not because you're going to go grow your food yourself using these new tools. It's because the tools have improved so much that the people using them who understand them and understand all sides can be more productive with the work they do. Don't tell me I don't know how agriculture works when I grew up farming, motherfucker. Let's see if you're getting banned. Oh. Yeah. You're just one of those people that could be described with words that I'll get banned for saying. You're a bad developer and a bad person, probably. Goodbye. I'm not banning you because I don't like you. I'm banning you for your own mental health. Hopefully, not being able to chat will encourage you to go find better places to spend your time that don't make you so angry because you don't understand. This video is meant specifically for dumbasses like yourself. And I'm thankful that you were here because now I know that I hit every nail on the head because it made you rage like that. Bye, Bobby Tables. Cool. Thank you all for coming to my vibe coding manifesto. Sorry for the angry rant about this one. I'm just so frustrated with all sides of this. The AI bros who say that everyone will be coders, they annoy the shit out of me. And the super elite developers who say AI tools are useless, they annoy me even more. Both sides here are wrong, and it's because they don't understand the terms and they don't see the value of being able to generate code that you don't actually care enough about to read. I've said what I have to say here. I hope this is useful to somebody. Let me know what y'all think. And until next time, peace, nerds. LLMs allowed me to become a dev? Are you talking to me about that? What? Is the code it's writing better than the code you would have written? If yes, stop using it. If no, keep using it. I run a company. I can barely even stream once a week. Oh. Do I do any data structure algorithm vids or real programming content? If you think data structures and algorithms is real programming content, you're still in high school. The fun thing about DSA is it stops being useful content as soon as you actually write fucking code because you already know it. This is like, imagine going to a car channel and saying, are you a real car channel or do you not do content about, or, oh, are you, or fuck, reword it. Oh, you're a real car channel? Where are your videos on oil changes? Because anybody who knows what the fuck they're doing already knows how to change oil. Have fun getting your first job. Bye. This is great, Ben. Hi, Ben. I do want to do my Java defense video still. Java gets way more shit than it deserves, like significantly more. Also, sorry, YouTube. Yeah, I grew up, my first job was on a corn farm. My second job was Staples Easy Tech. Oh shit, Ben raided me. I missed that. I was about to raid you. Hi, Ben. Good to see you. Hope all is well. How do I swap scenes when recording? I think about it. And when I look at the camera, it swaps to me. When I look at my laptop, it swaps to the laptop. Pretty cool, right? I'm joking. I use foot pedals. I'm using foot pedals. Don't let me troll you and fool you. Oh, Shindigs is still alive. We can throw you guys there in a minute. Let me finish tidying up Notion. I have legitimately considered vibe coding an alternative to the Stream Deck software. It has driven me mad. I will likely do that in the future. Yeah, oh shit, Matt, I didn't see that you sent this as a sub message. I really do want to cover that in the future. I promise I will. Thank you, Stu, for the cheer. I think I thanked you already, Dr. Dory. At least I acknowledged the Taco Bell thing. Artificial with the Prime, thank you. Mystic with the Prime. M27 of Legend with the Tier 1. NMG throwing the gift over to B. Holmes. Thank you for giving Ben the sub. He deserves the badge for sure. G Sporto, the fucking legend. Good seeing you, man. 28 months in. And Glassy, Christian, always good to see you, man. 39 months is insane. Perks of subbing on Twitch. You get access to the sub-only channel on Discord. You get emojis, and you don't have to see ads. What is this one? I have been very, very excited to watch this, and I have not had the free time to. I have every intention in the world to watch this video, and I can actually sit down and pay attention, and I have a feeling I'm going to agree with every word. Oh, God. Not them saying Sublime Text solved this when Sublime Text has been falling apart forever now. Let's figure out. You said Shindigs is live. Shindigs is live. Y'all are going to Shindigs. Unless there's somebody else I really need to raid. Yeah, no. Definitely Shindigs. Have fun with him. Good seeing y'all. I'll probably be live this weekend. So I only filmed 4 videos, and I need to film a lot more than 4 videos. See you guys soon. Bye, nerds. CML Dex, thank you for the sub as well. I want to make sure you get the thanks before we leave. And goodbye to YouTube as well.